Okay. Let's see if we're live. It looks like we already are. Heck yeah. Need this. Go here. Sure, that'll be fine. There on. Good day. It's me again, just in time. Hello, Clark. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so a little bit of a different stream today. What I have planned, all right, is to be streaming basically from start to finish like a video. So we're going to be doing absolutely everything today. We're going to be doing the audio, we're going to be doing the video, we're going to be getting all the extra stuff, all the B footage, basically the B-roll stuff. And then we're going to be editing it all together and maybe making a thumbnail. I'm not sure. We'll see how much time we got. And we'll see how quickly I can kind of do this. So the theme of this stream is going to be a Fallout 3 guide. It's going to be going over 7 really strong weapons that you can get right at the very start of Fallout 3. And I just got to make sure everything's going the way that it should. Yeah, it looks like it is. Heck yeah. And my other one, which is somewhere. Yeah, okay. We're all good over there too. I did that yesterday. I was thinking ahead a little bit. All right. Let me also go to the live studio over here on YouTube, make sure everything's working just fine. It looks like it is. You want to make your own location on Creation Kit? Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Video speed run time? Kind of. Looks interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I got planned. So, first things first, I already have the things written down as to what I want to cover. Who's up rocking? They stoning? Hey, Eater of Bread, how's it going? We're rocking stone. How are you? I'm doing good, Fungu. How are you? I hope you guys are doing well. So, yeah, let's start out with the audio and the video part of this, and then we'll edit that together because this is usually how I do it. It's going to be a little bit strange. Oh, also, before I forget, I do have to turn off like my alerts too, because otherwise might be getting like alerts and subscribes and everything too. I also need to turn off like the text chat and like the face cam here for just a little bit. Actually, I won't with this because we're not actually going to be putting this in there, so it will be fine. I'm LR25 on YouTube, if you remember. Oh, awesome. Yes, I do. You're winning? Sure. I think we're winning. I don't know. We haven't started really yet. So, all right. Let me just pause the events going on. And then we will try this out. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, big guy. How's it going? Okay, so first things first, whenever I start a video, I usually like to do the audio and the video first. So we're going to be opening up some things. First up is Audacity. This one's free. This one is just for audio. You can download this wherever. You can hook it to your mic and you can do effects with it. It's very, very cool. And then the other one that I'm going to be recording with is this one. So there's going to be 2 of me on screen, sort of. And sometimes my webcam and this one freaks out. This is Logi. This just comes with Logitech cams. It's usually what I use just so I can move the face cam around when I'm actually like doing a video. So if I want to flip it, it's a lot easier to do than just like flipping the whole scene or like cutting myself out in the editing process of here. So we're gonna do this, and let me also pull up the wiki over here on Fallout so we can actually go through this and make sure I'm not getting any of this information incorrect. Because that's happened in the past, because most of the time I'm doing half the Fallout stuff just off the top of my head. Same thing goes with the Deep Rock stuff. Alright, let's see, do I want this in a particular order? It probably doesn't really matter. we can always move it around in the editing process later. So, and then this is usually like about the extent of my editing notes that I go through. Unless we're doing like a 100 tips video or something like that, or like a character build, in which case then I've got a bit more, but as you can see, they're kind of blank. Also, this is flipped, or it's mirrored on the camera, so that's kind of, well, it's mirrored on this camera. I'm not sure if it's mirrored on the OBS camera now I'm thinking about it. Either way, let's begin this. We're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons that we can get in Fallout 3. So first up, got to start out my editing or my recording software here. Yep, we definitely have sound. That's cool. And then let's record this. So this is recording my face cam and my mic. The other one is just recording my mic, and we're going to be using that for the actual audio. If I was using OBS, we'd have another channel that's also recording both my sound, and it would be recording my voice as well as whatever's on screen. But we're not going to be doing that just now because we're going to be using background footage for like everything that we're going to be talking about, because it's going to be a little bit easier, and then I can show you guys how I do that too. So, oh yeah, this is going to be a little bit loud at the start too. 3, 2, 1. Usually I do that just to sync up audio later in the editing. Then we'll actually start, so. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. Alright, let me see which ones I got here. Alright, first, hang on, let me pull this up over here on the wiki too. I'm usually talking to myself the entire time when I'm doing this as well. Alright, first things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle, and you can find this one just up north. Actually, where exactly is this? I'll be showing it like on the map when we actually get to the editing parts. Okay. This can be found at the Dickerson... what is this? Dickerson something Chapel. All right, this can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same damage as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a faster rate of fire. Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP. 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common, and this does only hold 3 bullets, so you are going to need to be, well, finding a whole lot more bullets and reloading this thing pretty often. Could also be difficult to actually have this repaired early on, but you can pay caps to at least vendors that can... But you can pay... but you can pay caps to vendors so that you can actually fix this up. Very strong rifle to start out with, and has an has way above average crit modifier. This thing also has a 5x crit modifier, so at maxed out crit chance, you can have like 90% crit chance with this, which is very good. It's a very strong rifle if you want to rush it. Alright, next one's going to be Lincoln's Repeater, which is also a very strong weapon. Most people know about this one, though. Alright, moving on to our... There's going to be a lot of editing, too, because I always screw these up. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever actions, since this isn't tied to Point Lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a very strong weapon, as it does really high damage, shoots the 44 round, which might be kind of difficult to find in the early game, but assuming that you're buying some of those, you can definitely make this thing work. You can repair this with hunting rifles, which are all over the place, so that shouldn't be a big deal. Holds 15 rounds, has a 2x crit modifier, very high crit damage, it has no spread, so it's super accurate, and it's very good in VATS too. It also has really high item HP, so you're probably not going to need to fix this one up very often. Just a very solid weapon across the board. Very nice. You can also pick up all the Lincoln gear when you're there at the Museum of History too, so if you want his hat, or if you want the gramophone, if you want the coins, if you want the Action Abe figure, you can snag all those as well. Also the poster, I think that's all of them there. And then you can always turn these into different people. Like if you turn them into Hannibal, you get a decent amount of good karma and a decent amount of caps too. Alright, let's see, what's our next weapon? Old Painless. Old Painless is a good one too. That's a good old hunting rifle. Also, let me check back because I don't have like chat pulled up here. Hey Ron, hey Jaeger, how's it going? Hey, JBM. Hope you're doing well. Intro never gets old. Well, thanks. This is pretty cool. Awesome. Is he getting out of hand now? Now there's two of them watching Ron on. Yep, there's two of me. One. Well, I can't point to both because the camera's mirrored and they're. Well, hang on. Now I can't. Whoops. Now I can. I'm pointing the right direction. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dizzy. How's it going? All right, let's go roll painless then. Okay, so our next unique weapon is Old Painless, the unique hunting rifle. This one is pretty awesome, but it is kind of a trek to get. So in order to get this one, you're going to have to go up to the Republic of Dave, which is all the way up here in this corner of Fallout 3. You also have to be pretty careful when you're going up here because Deathclaws and Yaoguais can spawn at any point in the game, and both those are pretty scary. But assuming that you don't run into anything too scary along the way, this gun is fairly easy to get. All you have to do is get into the Republic of Dave, and then you got to steal Dave's key. Easiest way to do this is just hide somewhere next to him or behind him. If you have a stealth boy, this is going to be easier. Then you just crouch until you can, well, then you crouch and then you do a save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too, and this weapon is fantastic. It does good damage per second, uses the 32 round, which is one of the most common rounds in the game, has no spread on it. It doesn't have a bonus crit chance, which kind of sucks. That would make this a whole lot better, but it does have a faster rate of fire than the standard, can't speak. But it does have a faster rate of fire than the standard hunting rifles, and since hunting rifles are super common, this weapon can carry you quite a ways throughout the game. Alright, next up is Zulong. And Zulong is a weird one, but oh, yeah, I guess you guys can't see also what I'm doing over on this screen. Basically, it's just pulling up the wiki and then making sure that I have like the location and everything correct, because I have said these incorrect before, which kind of sucks, because I'll even notice it when I'm editing, and that'll probably be something once we get to the editing phase of this. Alright. So up next we have the Zulong Assault Rifle. This is a unique Chinese rifle, and this weapon's kind of a weird one to get because you do have to know ahead of time how to get it. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult for you to find. To get this one, you're going to have to go to the Museum of Technology. This can be found pretty much diagonally across the street from the Museum of History, where we got Lincoln's Repeater. All you have to do to get this one is go through and find 3 separate computers and input the correct code. So you can find these 3 computers. One of them is found right at the very start, and then you can find these other 2 as you just move through the building. At each of these, at the very first one of these, you're going to get a message talking about a hidden location where they've actually stashed this rifle. It won't show up until you've actually done this little side quest. So you have to answer these correctly. To find the correct answer, you have to pick the prime numbers for each of these. The easier way to do it, though, at least in my mind, is just to memorize it, where the first computer is the second answer, the second computer is the third answer, and the third computer is the fourth answer. Then once you get this, it will technically unlock another place inside of the Museum of Technology, but you don't actually have to go there. This will give you the location of where the rifle can be found, and this is going to be blah. And this can be found just west. Yeah. Can't speak either. And this can be found just west of Vault 101 where you start out. So just head over to here and then go into the diner. You'll find a body with this is Prime. This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers. And then he will have this assault rifle on him. This is a really strong gun as it does do pretty good damage. It probably has the best damage per second in the early game outside of the shotgun weapons because they're kind of nuts in this game. And it uses the 5.56 round, which is super common. You can actually get a whole lot of this if you end up running down south and siding sort of with the outcasts and just bringing them a whole bunch of Brotherhood technology, which you can find if you just do part of the main quest, at least up to the Galaxy Radio part. So, very good weapon. And it also has extra ammo too, which is nice. Holding 32 rounds instead of 24. Alright, up next we actually have a plasma weapon. Yeah, when I was going through this, there's like no melee and no unarmed either. Which does kind of suck for those builds, kind of. Unarmed doesn't care. Like, you get Iron Fist and you're good to go, but whatever. Alright. Up next we have the unique plasma rifle. This is the A23's plasma rifle. Now, in order to get this one, you're going to have to do the Replicated Man quest, which is pretty easy to do. You are going to have to find multiple holotapes throughout the wasteland. You could find a couple of these at Megaton. If you talk to Moira and if you talk to the doctor there, then you can get a pretty good lead on this. You may have to talk to a couple other doctors, but once you do this, you'll be heading down to Rivet City. talk to Harkness there. He's our replicated man, but he doesn't know that yet. Neither do we, technically. So next up, we're going to have to go to the other side of the ship, talk to the doctor here, and then he'll tell us who the replicated man is. This is Harkness. Now, you could also go and talk to Zimmerman before this. It's actually easier if you talk to Harkness first. He'll give you this rifle and then ask him if you can kill Zimmerman and his bodyguard. Then you go and turn him into Zimmerman, because then you also get the wired reflexes trait, which will help you in the early game, thanks to it just giving you more action points or a better use of your action points. And this rifle is really strong. You can also then kill them immediately afterwards, so then there is no bad side, no downside to this, other than you getting slightly negative karma for siding with Zimmerman at the end of this. But this weapon does fantastic damage, really good damage per second, has an above average crit modifier at 2.5 times, really good action points, very little spread, and it also holds 12 rounds. It's just a very solid rifle if you want to be using it. You can actually use this through the entire game, especially if you're planning an energy weapon build, because it is just that strong. I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It's like 1200 HP, dang. No wonder that thing never breaks. I think the Zulong rifle that we just talked about had like 400, which is kind of crazy since it's an automatic weapon, and the other one's just semi-automatic. All right, 2 more guns. We've got the Victory Rifle up next, which this one is a little bit awkward to get because you can't get it right away. All right, up next we have the Victory Rifle. This is another unique sniper rifle, and this one has knockdown on crit, although it doesn't have as much crit as the previous rifle we talked about. This weapon, technically, you shouldn't really be able to get right away because you will need 100 lockpicking, kind of. We're going to cheat that out, though. So if you want to get this, this can be found over at the Rockbreaker's Gas, right? Yeah. So this one can be found over at the Rockbreaker's Last Gas, the Sniper Shack just above it. There are some super mutants there. There can also be some other enemies around there, like Yao Guais again, which can be kind of scary. Just make your way up through there. Hopefully you can avoid the super mutants, or you can just kill them through. Probably with all the weapons we found, you shouldn't have a problem there. And then inside of here, there is a locker with 100 lock. Bleh. And then inside here, there's a locker with the rifle, but it requires 100 lock picking to get inside of it. You don't actually need that though, because if you go ahead, you don't actually need that though, because if you go to the junkyard ahead of time and you get dog meat, then that's all you need. You just come back here and then you tell dog meat to go find you a gun, and then he'll grab you a gun. And the Victory Rifle is in here. He can also potentially pick up some other weapons in here, depending on what else spawns in the lockers. So kind of be careful. So kind of keep that in mind whenever you're doing this. But this is a really easy weapon. But this is a really easy way to get this rifle. And this one is, again, kind of can't speak. And this one is statistically the same as a hunting rifle, but this one does have knockdown on crit. It does have a 3 times crit modifier as opposed to a 5 times crit modifier, and this does only knock down for 2 seconds, but it can be useful for knocking down big enemies, especially if you want to be hitting like the Superman Behemoths, which you may be fighting. There's only like 5 of them in the game, but we're going to be kind of covering 2 of them, since one, I'm assuming you're going to the Galaxy News Radio in the main story, and then the other one is for the next gun. Which the next gun is Terrible Shotgun. Pull that one up too. This one's at Evergreen Mills, right? Yep, Evergreen Mills. All right, cool. And then our very last overpowered weapon that we can get right away, which this one is truly overpowered, is the Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one at the Evergreen Mills. This one is kind of a trek to get to, and I wouldn't really recommend you rush this one first of the weapons that we've been talking about. You probably want 1 or 2 of the other weapons. But then this weapon is probably the strongest one we're going to be talking about today. So head right over to here. You're going to have to fight your way through all of the raiders here. You can also release the slaves here. That's kind of for good karma. And there's also Super Mutant Behemoth here. You can also unleash him and have him attack the raiders if you would like. You just got to shoot the generator. And that can be kind of useful. Then you can kill him. He might have potentially good loot. Sometimes the mutants have pretty decent loot, especially the behemoths. It's kind of a random drop as to what they give you. And then you got to make your way into the mill. Fight your way through more raiders, go down to this underground section, and then you're going to have to kill Smiling Jack here. Or you can reverse pickpocket him. I just find it easier to kill him, though. He has the gun on him. You could also trade with him beforehand if you want. And there's also a bobblehead in this cave, too, which is kind of nice. Once you kill through all of this, though, then you're going to have yourself the strongest shotgun, or one of the strongest shotguns in the game. So this does really high damage per second. You can fix it with combat shotguns, which are already kind of overpowered in Fallout 3, thanks to the way crits work. So if you're building a luck-based character, you're going to have a really easy time. The only kind of downside with this shotgun is that it has more spread than a standard shotgun. So keep that in mind, but if you're using at very close range, you probably don't even need to worry about that. Yeah. And all right, and that does it for all of the unique. And that does it for all these overpowered weapons in this video. So we didn't really cover big guns and melee or unarmed. There isn't a whole lot of unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked about this in a previous video where like Stab Happy might be one of the better ones. This is a unique knife. It's not very difficult to get either, so that's kind of good. But if you really want like the strongest melee early on, I'd recommend you just rush Operation Anchorage and pick up the Shock Sword. That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the pit and get any of the auto axes. They're also very powerful. And then unarmed honestly doesn't really need any unique weapons at all. You just got to get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6, and then you got plus 15 to any unarmed weapon, which makes it so like your bare hands out damage half the melee weapons in this game, and out damage most of the small guns too, which is kind of crazy. So if you combine that and find some like brass knuckles or spike knuckles early on, you should be having a really easy time. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope it helped you out, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Okay, so that does all of the recording part. And then let's stop this. Stop that. So we've got all this here. We've got all that here. We don't need this anymore. And then I usually like to change this a little bit, where we usually add a compressor just to kind of make the voice sound a little bit better and a little bit easier to edit. That way there's more peaks in here and everything. And then also a normalizer here, just so that it kind of doesn't peak too hard. And then usually find a section that doesn't look like there's too much going on, like this, just so I can cut out any sort of background noise. It's worse if I have like my AC unit going, because it's usually like right here, and that's a little bit worse. But we'll go here, get the noise reduction, get a profile of that, and then we'll apply the noise reduction. That way we can drop kind of all this down. So there's no background noise or anything. This is, you might need to go in and do this individually if you're doing this yourself and there's like anything going on in the background that has like really high pitched noises. So if you're, I don't know, like recording and there's construction or there's birds or something like that, just makes it a little bit easier. But all right, audio is all completed here. So let's save this project as, is it in my documents? Audacity gets weird sometimes. All right, save it over here where I usually have it. And this will just be like Fallout 3. A lot of mine have like messed up titles and stuff too, because I just typed too fast here. 7 OP weapons early or something like that. Whatever you want to call it. So save the profile here. And then export everything. That'll be fine. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Now, since I recorded this in Logi, though, Vegas doesn't really like to open up Logi files for some reason. I'm not sure why, because they say they're MP4 regardless, but it doesn't. So that's why I have this program down here, which is called Handbrake. It's the one with the pineapple and the drink. And this one's actually pretty cool, because this is another free software that you can get. And this one allows you to convert files to whatever the heck you want. So as you can see, like these are all MP4s. I need to wait for this to load for it to be the newest one. I have a lot of various files here, as you can kind of see from editing different things. So let's open up this. Yep, that seems good. I already have a profile here, so everything should be set and saved and whatnot. Yep. All right. And then let's also give this a different title too, just Fallout 3 OP7 weapon stuff. This is also kind of the problem, is because I name things strange and it doesn't always pop up. And then just start this encoding. Hopefully this doesn't mess up like the. I don't think it should mess up my stream or anything like that, but we'll see. He's mutated. Double run, yes, double run. It's all the radiation. Yeah, that second hand that was growing out of my stomach made a second one of me. It was kind of cool. Get twice as much stuff done. Also, thanks for doing this, Ron. I was wondering how these videos get edited, so this does fix my curiosity itch. Yeah, tech support, Ron. Kinda. I mean, like, yeah. It was really frustrating before I knew about this software, because I can't remember how I used to do it, but I guess software is pretty cool, especially, there's also, like, if you have bad internet, there's a setting, like, right here. I don't know if you guys can kind of see it, hopefully. It says, like, web optimized. You can set this. Make sure you don't set the A and V at the start, though. I found that out before because, like, my audio was not matching up with my mouth in the video. And that was the reason why. I couldn't figure out it for, like, the longest time. But the web optimized does make it so if you're uploading on, like, slow internet, you can upload videos a lot faster, which is nice. Especially if you're making longer videos. For this, it's just going to go into the editing software. But, like, if you've completed an entire video, you can essentially compress this into a smaller file that has better optimization for actually uploading faster, which is nice. It's a great breakdown of editing and recording. I'm hoping I can start making content here in the foreseeable future. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so this is done. Everything's good here. And I mean, like, if you... There's so much stuff you can do in here, because you can convert this to basically, like, any profile you want. As you can see, there's just, like, a ton of different things. So many, like, basic profiles. You can create your own profile too, whatever dimensions you want and everything. Like, there's just so much you can do with Handbrake. It's kind of crazy. Because I think I found... I don't remember. I was thinking I was, like, trying to find movies or something, and some of them were in, like, weird formats, so I had to, like, put them through this so I could actually, like, watch them. Or maybe I was trying to, like, put it from my CD drive into there. I don't know. I don't have a CD drive anymore. Seems like that's what I was doing when I first found this. But, yeah. Everything's good here. So that's completed. Now we can either do the, like, the B-roll footage, or we can do the editing. So let's see, which of these was I using? I think it's special weapons, because usually I do multiple projects in one editor. So I'm gonna pull up Vegas. Vegas is paid for, so it's a one-time payment if you want to get this. You don't need to, though. And if you're brand new to, like, content creation, I would highly recommend that you pick up, like, DaVinci Resolve. That one's free. Repeat Ron, tech support Ron. Basically. Yeah, I just recommend you, like, pick up DaVinci Resolve, because DaVinci Resolve is completely free. I can even spell it. Yes. We don't need those. Is this the right one? Is this the one that I was editing in? I don't recall. Might be. But yeah. I think this is the one. Yeah. If you go into, like, DaVinci Resolve, you can just get a free download here. And it's got, like, basically everything. There's even plugins for this. There's actually a lot of plugins for this. So since this is all open source, similar to OBS, you can get that. Oh, wait, this is not the one that I was looking for. Okay. So not special weapons. Weapons are defined. Favorite backpacks. That one's the more recent one. Usually I like editing, like, multiple projects within the same timeline here, just so that I can be kind of lazy and, like, steal other things from previous projects, which is nice. So, like, this was the Helldivers 2 backpack tier list video that just went up yesterday. Every single one of these, like, little lines is, like, a cut in the thing, but all of this is kind of organized to where we've got the face cam up top, background footage here, which is playing in this little tab here. Then we actually have the tier list, which is in the back. And then we've got, like, audio from the headphones, but since this was, like, a tier list, there isn't any audio playing. And then these three are, like, my voice, my voice, my voice. This one's from OBS. This one is from the webcam. And this one is from Audacity. So this is the one that's actually playing. And then down here is all of the music files. There's no sound effect files, but we will probably be doing that for this next one. And then, like, here's another video that I've sort of edited. and we're going to be doing this part now, so it's going to be this black screen. But yeah, we'll try this. So first things first, we need to grab our, this is my sound effect file. This is not where we need to go. We need to grab the face cam video, which is here in these files. And then I also need to grab my wave file. Perfect. All right, and then let's line these up with all of the things that you need to do. And this is going to be a little bit thing. So this one's a few bit longer. Gotta find the clap. Okay. So this is a little bit easier if you're not also like streaming to find this, but all right. So this section, and then I usually just line up this audio down here with up here, because the webcam audio is almost always delayed since it's filming at a slightly lower rate than like what the Audacity is. So pretty much just kind of eyeball it here as to, yeah, where my hands kind of come together for the actual clap. So, yeah, that should be good. I also throw on my headset so I can at least be hearing this. Because usually I don't have my headset on. Usually I'm playing this like through speakers and stuff. I'm trying to figure out StreamYard and all that stuff right now. Oh, okay, awesome. I have never used StreamYard, so I don't know. Oh, hey, what the heck? My green screen's also coming in throughout this. Wonder why that is. Yeah, well, an easier way to eventually solve that is drop this down, because usually I'm not standing when I'm recording. Green screen's breaking. Yeah, I think it's just the lighting. Like, it is getting a little bit darker here, thanks to... Well, what the heck? Why is it breaking so bad? Alright, well, hang on. Let me try to fix that, too. That's kind of weird. Okay. There we go. Maybe it's because it's also showing the green there. That could be what's causing it. That probably is what's causing it. Is that it's trying to, like, pick up on all the green, like, throughout here. I'm not sure. That hasn't happened before. That's weird. Apparently StreamYard is better for beginners. Oh, okay. I don't know. I started out with this. If that works for you, though, then absolutely do that. Like I said, like DaVinci Resolve, it's not necessarily the easiest for beginners. Like, I've tried it, and the only reason I'm not using it is because I'm so used to the keybinds here. So anyway, we got this, and let's see, where were we actually talking? Right here. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Yep, alright, that's going to be the start of our video then. So cut out all this. I guess I can go through everything I just did there. So once this is lined up, at least in Sony Vegas, this is S for split, and then I just double click to select it all, and then hit Control X, and Control X again to just cut out all of this. That way they're all lined up. Then I will, what is that? Is that G? I'm forgetting which letters I even use. No, it's D. D to select the thing, and then just a group. I mean, you've got all of these things down here on the bottom that you can use for like editing, and I don't know what like almost any of these do. So most of this I don't really end up using. Oh yeah, and then like hit F to go back to wherever your marker is, which is going to be kind of useful for cutting this. Also, this next part is going to be a little bit strange because I almost always edit at double speed. So my voice is going to sound different in this. Also, if anybody has any questions about this or anything else we've talked about, feel free to like just ask. Up for discussing any of this. Yeah, we'll just start here. We'll edit this section, and then we will go get the footage. Also, if you have a green screen like me that's up here, then usually you would go to, well, you can go through that way. Easier way is to go through like the video effects, find the chroma key here, find yourself the green screen, whether you want the pure green screen or the regular green screen. They're slightly different shades, and then select this. And as you can kind of see, it does key out some of this, but it just makes it darker. And then if you put on the mask, you can kind of see where the kind of hotter parts are as you go through this and kind of cut down a little bit. As you can see, this is not exactly like the right color, so you're going to have to potentially move this around until it looks Like it's not affecting those. And then still kind of like bring this in a little bit. The mask does kind of help, and then put like a slight blur to it so it doesn't look too weird on the actual screen. Then you got yourself like green screen cutout. So that's pretty straightforward. An easier way of doing this though, if you don't want to do that, and you've already done it once before, is that you can just hit Control-C, copy one of these, and then paste the attributes. And then it puts your camera where it is too, which is pretty nice. And this way, also since I have like the camera recorded separately, you can see like, then I can just move the camera wherever the heck I want. So if I want to like edit certain things, I could just like flip this horizontally, or I could flip it vertically, or I could match the aspect ratio. I could do a restore if I want it to be like zoomed in for a particular scene. We'll do all that later though. We'll do all the little edits, because usually I play through these videos like 3 times at least, just to see if everything is here. So right now, all we're going to be doing is going through this and then just like lining everything up, making sure we have our video all cut up. Then we're going to go find some background footage for this in Fallout 3. So we will be playing that a little bit, but we're basically just going to be kind of like rushing to the things and then recording background footage, and I'll go over how I do that too. So let's just start out with this. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland,
everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away.
Okay. This is what I mean by like editing at double speed, because I can just cut through this a little bit faster. Let's see, where do we pick? All right, first things first is the reserve. First things first
is the reservist rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle, and you can find this one just up north.
Let's see. Find this one, and you can find a rifle, and you can find. Okay, I think right about there. I'll be showing it like on the map when we actually get. All right, this can be found at the. This can be found. This is the unique sniper rifle. This can be found at the Dickerson
Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here.
Let me cut out the us too, so that it kind of goes a little bit. The Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the. Oh, also, let me go find some audio for you guys too, because otherwise this is just going to be me talking. So let's find some background footage. Sure, let's go with the synthwave stuff. It always sounds good, and maybe we'll put it into the video too. I will need this a little bit lower though. That sound okay for you guys? Or would you like it up a little bit more? Because I can turn it up a little bit more too. Chapel up
north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same.
As it does. Put that one there too. Good for me. Awesome. I can hear it. Awesome. All right. Good to know then. Yeah, and again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm probably not going to be speaking a whole ton while I'm like editing stuff, because otherwise it's going to be like a speech jammer for me, more or less. Essentially the
same damage as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a faster rate of fire. Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP, 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common, and this does only hold 3 bullets, so you are going to need to be, well, finding a whole lot more bullets and reloading this thing pretty often. Could also be difficult to actually have this repaired early on, but you can pay caps to at least vendors that can... Okay. But you can pay...
Vendors that can... Caps to at least... You can pay caps early on, but you can't... Okay, there we go, right there. But you can pay caps to vendors. Oops. Early on, but you can pay caps
to vendors so that you can actually fix this up.
Very strong rifle to start out with, and has an above average. This thing also has a
5 times crit modifier, so at maxed out crit chance, you can have like 90% crit chance with this, which is very good. It's a very strong rifle if you want to rush it.
It's
a very strong rifle if you want to rush it.
Okay, and then there's going to be a lot of editing. Yep. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Link. It's a very strong rifle if you want to rush it. Moving on to our second weapon,
we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever actions, since this isn't tied to Point Lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take...
To this display case, you can case, you can open it up, and there we go. Once you get up to this display case, you can open it up. That's not quite where I want it. Here, right there. Case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's repeater.
This is a very strong weapon.
This is a very Lincoln's repeater.
This is a very strong weapon, as it does really high damage, shoots the 44 round, which might be kind of difficult to find in the early game, but assuming that you're buying some of those, you can definitely make this thing work. You can repair this with hunting rifles, which are all over the place, so that shouldn't be a big deal. Holds 15 rounds, has a 2x crit modifier, very high crit damage, it has no spread, so it's super accurate, and it's very good in VATS too. It also has really high item HP, so you're probably not going to need to fix this one up very often. Just a very solid weapon across the board. Very nice.
Just a very solid weapon across the board. Probably just cut. You can also pick up all the Lincoln gear when you're there. You can also pick up all board. You can also pick up all the Lincoln
gear when you're there at the Museum of History too. So if you want his hat, or if you want the gramophone, if you want the coins, if you want the Action Aid figure, you can snag all those as well. Also the poster, I think that's all of them there. And then you can always turn these into different people. Like if you turn them into Hannibal, you get a decent amount of good karma and a decent amount of caps too.
Alright, right there. Painless. Old Painless is a good one. Hey Ron, hey Jaeger, how's it going? Yep, there's two. Now I can't. There we go. Oh yeah, I have these other audios muted too, so if you had them actually on, it would sound more like this. Our next weapon is old, and like that's not really what you want to hear. You don't have like multiple of you. You also kind of want to be careful around like the audio things, because I think if you have these pulled out all the way, there is like another setting that lets you kind of go off like left or right, so that it can be, you can hear it like more in one ear than the other. Oh, hello, Saiju, how's it going? Hope I'm saying that right. Hope you're doing well today. Alright, so we've already got, how many cuts is this? 1, 2, 3, I don't know. Quite a few cuts here, and then we're just gonna keep going throughout this. Then we'll find our background footage. We'll also get some audio for this, some like background music. Probably swap that for like every weapon that we're gonna be talking about. But we'll do that kind of as we go. So, our next unique weapon is Old
Painless, the unique hunting rifle. This one is pretty awesome, but it is kind of a trek to get. So in order to get this one, you're going to have to go up to the Republic of Dave, which is all the way up here in this corner of Fallout 3. You also have to be pretty careful when you're going up here, because Deathclaws and Yaoguais can spawn at any point in the game, and both those are pretty scary. But assuming that you don't run into anything too scary along the way, this guy is fairly easy to get. All you have to do is get into the Republic of Dave, and then you got to steal Dave's key. Easiest way to do this is just hide somewhere next to him or behind him. If you have a stealth boy, this is going to be easier. Then you just crouch until you can, well, then you crouch and then you do it. Then you crouch. And then you do a save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too. And this weapon is fantastic. It does good damage per second. Uses 32 round, which is one of the most common rounds in the game. Has no spread on it. It doesn't have a bonus crit chance, which kind of sucks. That would make this a whole lot better. But it does have a faster rate of fire than the standard. Can't speak.
Sucks. That would make this a whole lot better. But it does have. Okay. But it does have a. I can't believe I get to experience the alpha's footage of a video. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a whole lot better. Basically just how we're going to be making like a Fallout 3 guide, which will probably be going up tomorrow. I'm hoping I can get all this edited today. I think so. We're on a pretty fast track because we're already not quite an hour in. We can probably finish up at least the rough cut within the next 15-ish minutes, at least of the audio and the face cam. Then we'll have a bit of a longer time just going into Fallout 3 and collecting stuff. And hopefully Fallout 3 works for us. And then we'll continue from there. Make this a whole lot better.
But it does have a faster rate of fire.
Yeah, that does have a bit of a pause there. Sure. A lot better, but it does have a faster rate
of fire than the standard hunting rifles. And since hunting rifles are super common, this weapon can carry you quite a ways throughout the game.
Okay. So up next we have the Zulong. Up next we have
the Zulong Assault Rifle. This is a unique Chinese rifle, and this weapon's kind of a weird one to get because you do have to know ahead of time how to get it, otherwise it's going to be really difficult for you to find. To get this one, you're going to have to go to the Museum of Technology. This can be found pretty much diagonally across the street from the Museum of History, where we got Lincoln's repeater. All you have to do to get this one is go through and find 3 separate computers and input the correct code. So you can find these 3 computers, one of them is found right at the very start, and then you can find these other 2 as you just move through the building. At each of these, at the very first one of these, you're going to get a rifle.
You can find these other 2
as you just move through the building. At the very first one of these,
maybe put a little bit more. You can find these other 2 as you just move through the building. At the very first one. Yeah, maybe. Hang on. This down just a little bit. At the very first building. Okay, never mind. Got now building. At the very first one of these,
You're going to get a message talking about a hidden location where they've actually stashed this rifle. It won't show up until you've actually done this little side quest. So you have to answer these correctly. To find the correct answer, you have to pick the prime numbers for each of these. The easier way to do it, though, at least in my mind, is just to memorize it, where the first computer is the second answer, the third computer,
the third can answer, the third. There we go. The second computer is. Cut that out. Computer is the second answer. The second computer is the third
answer, and the third computer is the fourth answer. Then once you get this, it will technically unlock another place inside the Museum of Technology, but you don't actually have to go there. This will give you the location of where the rifle can be found, and this is gonna be blah. And this can be found just wet.
Of where the rifle can be found, and this is gonna be, and this can be found just wet, and this can be found just. There we go. And this can be found just west of Vault
101, where you start out. So just head over to here and then go into the diner. You'll find a body with this is Prime. This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers. And then he will have this assault rifle on him. This is a really strong gun, as it does do pretty good damage. It probably has the best damage per second in the early game outside of the shotgun weapons, because they're kind of nuts in this game. And it uses the 5.56 round, which is super common. You can actually get a whole lot of this if you end up running down south and siding sort of with the outcasts and just bringing them a whole bunch of Brotherhood technology, which you can find if you just do part of the main quest, at least up to the Galaxy Radio part.
Up next, we have the unique plasma rifle. There we go. Up next, we
have the unique plasma rifle. This is the A23's plasma rifle. Now, in order to get this one, you're gonna have to do the replicated man quest, which is pretty.
To do the replicated man, located man, located. I don't know why I said it like that. Replicated man. Let's see. Can I cut this a little bit? Do the replicated man. It still sounds a little bit strange. Maybe like the replicated man. No, that sounds even worse. All right, kind of just do the replicated man. Yeah, maybe if I go like 1 frame shorter. The replicated man. And it sounds a little bit better. Replicated. Yeah, exactly. Do you always do the commentary first and then collect footage? It depends. If I'm streaming and I already have a video planned, then I'll probably collect all the footage when I'm streaming. And I'll show you how to do that just here in a second. It's also through just using OBS. But yeah, it depends. Like, especially with like, if I'm doing compilations or shorts, or if it's like a first impression video, then usually it's all recorded kind of at the same time. Or like the footage might be recorded first and then the commentary afterwards. With this one being a guide, usually I do commentary first, and then I do all the B-roll stuff later. I have to do the replicated man quest, which is pretty easy to do. Weird, but you are going to have to find multiple holotapes. I'm gonna pause there for some reason. Alright. You are gonna have to find multiple holotapes throughout the
wasteland. You can find a couple of these at Megaton. If you talk to Moira and if you talk to the doctor there, then you can get a pretty good lead on this. You may have to talk to a couple other doctors, but once you do this, you'll be heading down to Rivet City. Talk to Harkness there. He's our replicated man.
Talk to Harkness
there. He's our replicated man, but he doesn't know that yet. Neither do we, technically. So, next up, we're gonna have to go to the other side.
Next up, we're gonna have to
go to the other side of the ship, talk to the doctor here, and then he'll tell us who the replicated man is. This is Harkness. Now, you can also go and talk to Zimmerman before this. It's actually easier if you talk to Harkness first. He'll give you this.
Before this, it's actually easier
if you talk to Harkness first. He'll give you this rifle, and then ask him if you can kill Zimmerman and his bodyguard. Then you go and turn him into Zimmerman, because then you also get the wired reflexes trait, which will help you in the early game, thanks to it just giving you more action points, or a better use of your action points. And this rifle is really strong. You can also then kill them immediately afterwards, so then there is no bad side, no downside to this, other than you getting slightly negative karma for siding with Zimmerman at the end of this. But this weapon does fantastic.
Alright, that is. Well, that's really smart. Way to go about it. I would have never thought about doing it that way. It just depends. It depends. Because, like, certain videos I also already have footage for, or they're, like, reused footage. Like some of the, like the recent Fallout New Vegas build guides have been, like, already existing footage, at least part of it, if I want to talk about a particular weapon. Because it's just easier that way. That way I don't need to grab, like, extra footage. But this weapon
does fantastic damage, really good damage per second, has an above average crit modifier at 2.5 times, really good action points, very little spread, and it also holds 12 rounds. It's just a very solid rifle. If you want to be using it, you can actually use this through the entire game, especially if you're planning an energy weapon build, because it is just that strong. I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It has like 1200 HP, dang. No wonder that thing never breaks. I also
didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It has like 1200 HP, dang. Yeah, sure, that'll be fine to add in. I think the Zulong rifle that we just talked. Alright, up next we have the Victory. Up next we have
The Victory Rifle. This is another unique sniper rifle, and this one has knockdown on crit, although it doesn't have as much crit as the previous rifle we talked about. This weapon, technically, you shouldn't really be able to get right away, because you will need 100 lockpicking, kind of. We're going to cheat that out, though. So if you want to get this can be found over at the Rock Breakers Gas, right? Yeah. So this one...
this one can be found
over at the Rock Breakers Last Gas, the Sniper Shack just above it. There are some super mutants there. There can also be some other enemies around there, like Yao Guais again, which can be kind of scary. Just make your way up through there. Hopefully you can avoid the super mutants, or you can just kill them through. Probably with all the weapons we found, you shouldn't have a problem there. And then inside of here, there's a locker with 100 lock. And then inside here, there's a locker.
And then shouldn't have a problem there. And then inside here, there's
a locker with the rifle, but it requires 100 lock picking to get inside of it. You don't actually need that though, because if
you don't actually
need that though, because if you go ahead,
you don't actually need that though,
because if you go to the junkyard ahead of time and you get dog meat, then that's all you need. You just come back here and then you tell dog meat to go find you a gun, and then he'll grab you a gun. And the Victory Rifle is in here. He can also potentially pick up some other weapons in here, depending on what else spawns in the lockers. So kind of be careful. So
the lockers. So kind of keep that in mind. So kind of keep the lockers. So kind of keep that in mind whenever
you're doing this. But this is a really easy way. But this is a really easy way to get this rifle. And this one is again kind of statistic. Can't speak. And this one.
But this is really. And this one is statistically. This rifle. And this one is statistically
the same as a hunting rifle, but this one does have knockdown on crit. It does have a 3 times crit modifier as opposed to a 5 times crit modifier, and this does only knock down for 2 seconds, but it can be useful for knocking down big enemies, especially if you want to be hitting like the Super Mutant Behemoths, which you may be fighting. There's only like 5 of them in the game, but we're going to be kind of covering 2 of them, since one, I'm assuming you're going to the Galaxy News Radio in the main story, and then the other one is for the next gun.
And then our very last
overpowered weapon that we can get right away, which this one is truly overpowered, is the Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one at the Evergreen Mills. This one is kind of a trek to get to, and I wouldn't really recommend you rush this one first of the weapons that we've been talking about. You probably want 1 or 2 of the other weapons, but then this weapon is probably the strongest one we're going to
weapons. But then this weapon is
probably the strongest one we're going to be talking about today. So head right over to here.
Head right over to here. You're
gonna have to fight your way through all of the raiders here. You can also release the slaves here. That's kind of for good karma. And there's also Super Mutant Behemoth here. You can also unleash him and have him attack the raiders if you would like. You just gotta shoot the generator, and that can be kind of useful. Then you can kill him. He might have potentially good loot. Sometimes the mutants have pretty decent loot, especially the behemoths. It's kind of a random drop as to what they give you. And then you gotta make your way into the mill. Fight your way through more raiders. Go down to this underground section, and then you're gonna have to kill Smiling Jack here, or you can reverse pickpocket him. I just find it easier to kill him though. He has the gun on him. You could also trade with him beforehand if you want. And there's also a bobblehead in this cave too, which is kind of nice. Once you kill through all of this though, then you're gonna have yourself the strongest shotgun, or one of the strongest shotguns in the game. So this does really high damage per second. You can fix it with combat shotguns, which are already kind of overpowered in Fallout 3, thanks to the way crits work. So if you're building a luck-based character, you're gonna have a really easy time. The only kind of downside with this shotgun is that it has more spread than a standard shotgun. So keep that in mind, but if you're using it at very close range, you probably don't even need to worry about that.
Alright, got that one there.
And that does it for all. And that does it for all these overpowered weapons. Oh, it's Metaron, Ron making magic. Yeah, hey Comet, how's it going? I heard you like Ron, so I have Ron making Ron while you're streaming Ron. Well, that's not even the only thing too, because earlier I had, hang on, let me pull up my other webcam thing. I had this up too, so then we got Ronception of Triple Ron. At least whenever, yeah, there we go, Triple Ron. So we got green screen Ron, streaming Ron, and editing Ron if I go over here on this one. Or I guess video Ron, webcam Ron, and then streaming Ron. Ronception, yes. Oh wait, hang on. We can get even more Ron in this. Dang it. There we go. Then we have multi video Ron too. So yeah. A fourth Ron, even more. Which of these is Ron? Yes, exactly. Which one is which? I guess technically all of them. It's Ron all the way down. Yep. Exactly. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing well. And we're gonna be just editing a video today because I thought that would be kind of fun. You can make a Ron army. Exactly. Even more so if I just wanted to like multiplayer the what is it? The face cams I got here. Just go, oh wait, hang on. Control C, Control V. There we go. There's a Ron behind me. And hang on, I got at least another video line here too. And then also a run over here too. As you can see, it can be 2 versus 1 runs on all the sides. Can't complain, groceries just got delivered. Heck yeah. How's your day? Oh, so far so good. We're just doing silly stuff. Make 1 frame of the video, 2 of you. 2 runs melding together. Could easily do that, but right now let's do this, and then yeah, we'll talk about that later. There's Ron, yeah, Ron Battle Royale. There's Ron everywhere. Yep. If you want to keep making, like you can do an infinite amount of stuff. And that does it for all these
overpowered weapons in this video. So we didn't really cover big guns and melee or unarmed.
Oh, whoops. That's right. That's the problem with doing that, though, is that those aren't connected anymore. Hang on. Don't want to be editing these out of sync, because otherwise the audio is not going to match up with the video.
And melee or unarmed. There isn't a whole lot of unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked about this in a previous video where like Stab Happy might be one of the better ones. This is a unique knife. It's not very difficult to get either, so that's kind of good. But if you really want like the strongest melee early on, I'd recommend you just rush Operation Anchorage and pick up the shock sword. That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the pit and get any of the auto. Or you could rush the pit, get any.
That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the pit, get any.
The auto axes, they're also very powerful. And then unarmed honestly doesn't really need any unique weapons at all. You just gotta get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6, and then you got plus 15 to any unarmed weapon, which makes it so like your bare hands out damage half the melee weapon.
Out damage. Like your bare hands out damage half the melee
weapons in this game, and out damage most of the small guns too, which is kind of crazy. So if you combine that and find some like brass knuckles or spike knuckles early on, you should be having a really easy time. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed this video, hope it helped you out, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye bye everybody!
Okay. Alright, there we go. And then also, since I kind of like to be lazy, let's also grab the supporters. Also supporters over here. Okay, so we've got our rough cut now. So this is everything that the video is going to compose of. So this is what, like 9-ish minutes, I think, for all this, which is pretty good. I was kind of hoping to keep it under 10 for a video like this. Alright, now we need to get all of our B-roll footage. And always be certain, we should be sure to save stuff, because if you're like me and you didn't have a fully legal version of Vegas before, it does like to crash a lot. If you got like DaVinci Resolve, you still probably want to save pretty often. I don't think that's prone to crashing, but I could be wrong. I don't have all too many YouTube videos out, but maybe like 3. But I was using DaVinci to edit. It works well enough for what I need. Oh yeah, I would highly recommend DaVinci. DaVinci Resolve is fantastic, and it's free, which is awesome. It also has a ton of plugins too, which is awesome. So next up is actually getting the B-roll footage. So does it even bother you to listen to your voice for so long? Not really. I can barely stand 1 second of mine. I've been doing this for a while, so it really doesn't bother me. Oh, thank you for the follow too over there on Twitch. Do appreciate that. I don't have notifications turned on for like this. Okay. I am also going to, let's see, get rid of the chat box and the alert box, at least on OBS right now. We can still keep up the face cam, I guess, because otherwise it's going to be kind of weird on the stream. But the way that I get B-roll footage is going to be another more like runception, is actually by using this feature right here on OBS, which is called the Start Replay Buffer. You can do this in the settings. And if anybody's wondering, this is how I like multi-stream easily with everything, and this is how I get all the info and where all the chats and everything are linked up, which is pretty nice. Besides, I think like TikTok chat, which I don't even have pulled up. So much repeat. Hello! How's it going? Yeah, I did miss a message over there. So, usually I just have like this thing pulled up over here when I am streaming, just so I can have another chat box. But anyway, we're going to enable the Start Replay Buffer. Again, you can change this in the settings, and this is a really, really cool feature to OBS. This makes editing so much faster and so much easier to organize. Rather than just like hitting record and recording absolutely everything, you can do it that way too. That's how I used to do it. This way is a lot easier. So replay buffer is turned on, and I have this set to 600 seconds or 10 minutes. So this should give us 10 minutes of footage once I hit a button. This is tied to my numpad that I have it set on 0 and on plus. And I can just kind of show you what this does. So let me put this over here. And let's pull up Fallout 3. I did training videos for once, just sort of getting used to how nasally your voice is. My complaint of my voice. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So let's pull this up then. Yeah, you may also like do it the way that I do it with that video, where I just play it at like double speed or 50% more speed, whatever that is, so that I can edit it quicker, because it doesn't really sound like your voice then, if that really bothers you. Alright, and the audio doesn't really matter in this one either, since we're going to be like muting the audio and we're just going to be using the other audio. I guess another thing that we could actually do, since we are going to be recording it like this, is... Let's see. Forgetting how to flip this. Oh, whoop. Yes, squish me too. That's not exactly what I wanted. The controller does that? No, that's for size. No. There we go. This will make it a little bit easier for like editing purposes. Okay. Back to Fallout 3. And we're just gonna load up like a save that I have out in front of, and like right here. Your voice, or at least mine, just sounds different on video. It's jarring to hear it like everybody else does. But yeah, I'm not used I'm not used to that at all. Yeah, I mean, it can be kind of weird. Oh, I also screwed up the there we go, my other chat box. Any plans on KF3 content, or still not in the best place and not much to cover? Not too much to cover. Last video I did was talking about the new weapons that came out, like the AK, the M14, and the double barrel. It's like double barrel is really cool. AK and M14 are just kind of whatever. It's like M14 with ice rounds is decent, and AK is decent as well. It's like the assault rifle I use the most just because it looks the coolest, but yeah, like that was the last update we had, and then like unpairing the characters to the classes. But like that probably shouldn't have been in the game to begin with. Okay, so what was our guns that we needed to get? First up was like reservist rifle, right? Yeah, reservist rifle. Alright, got point look at, heck yeah. Okay, so this will be a good spot to like just kind of use as like B-roll footage. And let me also just set this to the normal difficulty since we're just going for the weapons. It'll make it a little bit easier so I don't just get mauled by a deathclaw like right away if that happens when we're just wandering around. Because a decent amount of this recording is either just going to be wandering around. You can also just like look up the cheats for different things and like spawn in the weapons, which we'll probably be doing too, just for like ammo, so we can actually use them and get some B-roll footage. But anyway, first weapon that we need is going to be all the way like up over here-ish, I believe. So let's start heading up over there then. Can you launch jump with the double barrel like you have to? No, you can't. I tried that. It doesn't work, sadly. I'm not sure why. Like, but it just doesn't. It's a missed opportunity. You can make it into a quad barrel. Like the best way I found to use the double barrel in Fallout or in KF3 was make it into a quad barrel, load it with flechettes, because then it converts all of its damage to cutting, and throw it on Ninja, since he gets so much bonus. How long is this video going to end up being? Or is it in parts? This video is going to be about 9 minutes long. In total. Because we've already done like the rough cut of the audio and the video. We'll see how long it officially is by the end of this. Alright, just killed that dog over there. Okay, well. that an iBot? I think it's an iBot shooting it. Huh. Anyway, everything after us. Seems to be. Okay, even when he was near death, he was still coming after us. Okay, well. Also, where do I have everything on this character? Probably not. Yeah, put that one there and put there. Okay. So I have everything set up. Where do you get your royalty-free music? This is from Epidemic Sounds. This one is one that I pay for. It's like 120 bucks a year for all this royalty-free music. It's got a huge library. It's also got sound effects and stuff too. Very cool. You just link it to like your YouTube chat. If you don't want to do that though, and you want free stuff, check out White Bat Audio. White Bat Audio on YouTube has some really cool stuff too. Or Kevin MacLeod has a lot of really good royalty-free music. That's also through just the YouTube browser. So you can just use all of that. Oh, there's some super mutants over here. What the heck? Just oh. Okay. I got shot. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Okay. Let me also do a quick save here because I don't want to die randomly to something. There are mutants over here. There's something else over here. Oh, it's another dog. Leave me alone, dogs. Okay. Alright. Over here. We gotta find ourselves a sniper rifle. Have you ever played Castle Crashers? Yeah. I used to play with my brothers. It was really fun. I haven't played it in a while. What the heck? Where'd you come from? The extra music's making it hard to find or to hear stuff coming up on me. Let's see. That's Paradise Falls. Oh! Ow. Still hitting me with that stick. Leave me alone. Gonna run out of bullets before I actually go and get my rifle. It's fine. Like I said, we'll just cheat in some extra rounds for... What do you mean? We'll cheat in extra rounds for making use of the sniper rifle. I had no idea you streamed. Oh yeah. I stream every day. Well, I stream Thursday to Sunday, usually at 7 a.m. my time or 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for about 5-ish hours. Today we're doing something kind of different, where usually I'd be streaming a game or something, and I guess technically I am with Fallout 3, but this is going to be for a video that we were recording, editing, going all the way from like start to finish with it. Seeing if I can edit everything within like 5 hours, which I'm pretty sure we can. This B-roll footage is gonna take a little while to get, but it shouldn't be that bad, I don't think. Thank you so much for your dedication to these games. You have helped me so much during my recent Fallout 3 playthrough. Oh, awesome! This one's gonna be 7 overpowered weapons you can rush right away in Fallout 3. Or, not necessarily overpowered. That's probably gonna be the title, because that's just more accessible. People would be more likely to click on it. But really only like one of these is truly overpowered. But like doing like 6 strong weapons and 1 overpowered weapon doesn't sound as good in a YouTube title. Like that is another thing that I don't know. It always feels weird to me to title things like that. Oh. Go there, please. Alright, let's hope like 50-ish rounds is enough to kill the Drifter then. If not, I'm gonna have to spawn in some more bullets or something. Yeah, and like recording for a video is not really the same as like streaming and stuff, because I basically never spawn in anything when we're doing it. Well, unless we're doing something stupid or silly, like spawning in like 50 Doc Mitchells with knives to try to fight like a Deathclaw or something. That's just good old fun. Hang on. Yeah, sure. Alright. Don't want you guys following me and attacking me constantly. Drew, you're straight up with your titles. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. I try to make them, like, if I'm gonna show something that I think is overpowered, it's, you know, it's gonna be overpowered. But it's also like on the YouTube side of stuff, it's like, well, certain titles are just naturally going to work better than others. You know, like I said, like that one where it's like 7 overpowered weapons you can get early on sounds a whole lot better than like 1 overpowered weapon you can get early on with like 6, also featuring 6 strong weapons that you can also get early on. It's not, you know, not quite the same for the Surge. Get over here. Oh, we got more dogs. Okay, how close are we to the... I think we're pretty close to where the rifle is. You gotta find the church. So let me go to there. Anyway. Remember, this is where you get the Big Guns bobblehead. It's one of the few bobbleheads that I actually remember the location because I could never find it before. And I think this is like one of the few that I actually had to look up. Because it's just in such a strange spot. Also, a random encounter can happen out here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the church is somewhere out over here. You can go over there and grab the... was it the unique nail board, too? You remember that. You captured gameplay on Logi? I captured gameplay on OBS. I captured the webcam on Logi just so I can have it in a separate spot. Oh. Well, looks like the dogs kind of took out the raiders. Guess that's good for me. Wasn't expecting that. He just had a tire iron. Seen a grenade go off. He probably threw his, though. Hang on, dogs. More stuff in here. Even though I don't... I'm playing this like regular Fallout, and I don't really need to do that since we're just going for... Oh, wait, I'm already over... Wait, what the heck? How much stuff do I have on me? Didn't check that beforehand. Oh, yep, we got a bunch of stuff, don't we? Okay. Okay. What the heck? That guy's got a flamethrower. Alright, yeah, you guys fight the dogs and stuff. I'm gonna be going over here. I'm leaving. Leave me alone. Ron, do you do YouTube full-time? Uh-huh. Yep, that's what I do. YouTube, streaming, stuff like that. It's very fun. I like it. Yeah. Big Guns bobblehead is right over here. Maybe I'll do a video talking about where all the bobbleheads are. Even though I know there's videos of those up, like, it could still be fun to make. Just to, like, rush them. Which bobbleheads can you rush right away? Oh, hey, there's the church. That's what I need to find. Okay, so I was right. It is over here. Pretty sure it was. Now, let's see if we can actually kill this guy without getting ourselves killed. Okay, the dogs are still after me. They're not. Let me approach it from this side so I don't get shot in the head. Alright, here we go. Yeah, there you are. Oh, whoop, that's not you. You're over there. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, let me jump. There we go. There we go. Oh, he fell out of the... Oh, there's it. Alright, take that, take this. Alright, and we can take that too. Alright, perfect. So now we got our reservist rifle. Awesome. Shoot that a couple times just for the footage. And then over on OBS, I will hit my plus or my 0 key. And then this will give me the replay buffer. And we can go into that. I'm going to show you how this works. Drop all that too. We don't need like any of this stuff. This armor will be fine. We'll also spawn in some like 308 rounds so we can get background footage for this. Hey, combat shotgun too. That's pretty nice. A lot of shotgun shells. Awesome. Let's also wait until like morning here. So the way that I get background footage, which this is probably gonna stick. Yeah. Anyway. And kind of show this, and I gotta do display capture over, whoops. There we go, display capture over this. So the way that we just got footage is saved into my rough cuts here basically, and it was this. So this is using the replay buffer. This is probably gonna be awkward with the audio. Okay, let me just mute that. As you can see, this is 10 minutes of like everything we recorded. So basically it's just going to be from this point forward that we actually show in the video itself. So that's going to be the first part. The next part will just be getting like background footage for the reservist rifle. Now you're watching you play. Exactly. It gets really meta really fast. To do this though, I'm going to need to look up like the 308 round. Yeah, okay. 308 rounds pulled up over here, so we can spawn in a bunch of them once we get back to morning, and then we'll find something to shoot. And I sleep until like 2 a.m. And sleep until like 6 a.m. or something, so there can actually be light out here, because it will look better in footage. Alright, so next thing is just to cheat in some ammo, so I can just like show off this weapon a little bit more. So we will add in the ammo. I mean, if you have a later save, you could also just load that up too. That'd be easier if you're... Well, it'd be kind of the only way you could do it if you're playing this on console and recording it through that. Let's get like 1,000 rounds. Alright, 1,000 308 rounds. Oh, I should also probably spawn in some sniper rifles too. Just so I can fix this up. Or you know what, we can actually do alien epoxy too. That'd be easier. Because then it works for everything. I don't have to get like a bunch of things for it. Alien epoxy. Oh yeah, I should also put, hang on. There we go. Put my gameplay thing above my other thing there. Alright, so alien epoxy, which DLC technically does this count as? Like 1,000 of that too? Okay. Not the first DLC. Not the second DLC. Not the third DLC. Not the fourth. It's the fifth. Okay. Good to know. Fifth DLC is the alien DLC. That'd be useful if I was spawning in more stuff, but since we're not... Well, I guess I can spawn in stim packs too, because that'll make it a little bit easier for getting footage as well. Just so I can have them there so we're not, like, constantly looking around for healing or water fountains or anything. Again, if I was doing this as, like, a stream, it wouldn't really be like this. Then we could just get the footage normally, but since we're kind of rushing this to get the video edited within like 5 hours, this should be a little bit easier to do. Alright, give me like 10,000 stim packs, that works. Yeah, alright, it's 10,000 stim packs, we got the reservist rifle. Yep, 10,011 stim packs even. Perfect. Alright, let's go find something to shoot then, before we move on to our next gun. That way we can also use that as background footage too. He's cheating! He is. Yes, you guys don't get to see behind the curtain too often. At least for these, whenever I'm trying to get footage, yeah, absolutely. So let's see, we had some raiders over there, but let's try to find... Oh, there's raiders over here. Trying to find something else to shoot with our rifle. This isn't like Vegas where I have like the more or the larger packs on. Because otherwise that could also kind of work for just fighting more stuff. I can fight like 20 mole rats at the same time or something. It looks like there's more stuff over here. Yeah. These are going to be maybe a little bit more difficult to hit. Or not. Last one. Like somewhere way out over there? Yeah. Oh, there's quite a few blowflies over there. There's also bullet rise in this game too, which is so weird. Like aim lower than what you think. There we go. I'm gonna find something else to shoot with this though, rather than just blowflies. Go up over there. Should be like some mercenaries or something. At least if I can find like some scorpions or dogs or something, or... Oh well. Kinda just stuck in the rock, it looks like. Let's go over here then. Report to the Ministry of Truth after this run. You've been requested? Yeah, I imagine so. Go fight Deathclaws, melee only. This isn't a melee built character. And we actually aren't going for any melee weapons for this. If I had a melee built character, we'd probably go for like Shish Kebab schematic. And I think that'd be pretty doable even right away. Yeah, I see you, guy. I don't know if I'm hitting him with those, but I actually don't know if the bolts can render that far away. What the heck is that? Something exploded. Eh, okay. Count. There's another guy up there, also with a rocket launcher. Oh, he dropped it. Okay, good. We need to get rid of that guy's one, though. Maybe. I mean, ultimately, we're just going for footage here, so... This really doesn't matter. Let's see, which weapon are we going for after this? Lincoln's rifle, okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, so let me grab this then. There we go, we got that saved. Let's go after Lincoln's rifle next, since that is our next weapon we need. Rifle completely fixed up. That is over here, but yeah, we can also... No, we can just go down south and around, that also works. Alright, do you think a remaster would be successful or not transfer well like Fallout 4? I almost prefer the roughness of Fallout 3 and New Vegas compared to the clean it is in Fallout 4. Yeah, I would really like a 3 remake. That would be awesome. Especially if it's just updated. Put it on like the 64-bit engine and that's all you really need to do. Like, modders could fix everything else. Because like, the main problem with this in New Vegas is just like the instability of it. Like, I don't mind the graphics at all in this. Like, it could be cool if they were updated and stuff, similar to what they did in like the Oblivion remaster. And I think that would be amazing. I would absolutely love that. I'm kind of hoping we get that announcement, like, when the Fallout TV show comes around. Lots of quality of life in Fallout 3 could be improved. Yeah, I agree. If they improved a lot of the stuff in Fallout 3 to just make it a nicer quality of life thing, that would be fantastic. Mods would be amazing for sure. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, 3 and New Vegas are some of my absolute favorites. I think I kind of like them more than 4. Even though I like 4 too. 4 is good. It's just not necessarily like my favorite, given what we have in like the other ones. And I like the old ones too, like Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics are really cool, and it'd be really awesome to see remakes of them, especially if they were like in 3D. 'Cause I think that'd be really cool. I'm not sure how well like Tactics would be in that. I could see it being pretty cool if it does have some sort of co-op. Oops. I shot underneath you with all those. Hang on. Alright. Get miles back, and then we just head straight south of here. See, I wonder if the next Fallout, they'll go back to 1 and 2 then? That'd be pretty cool. I do like Fallout 1 and 2 quite a bit. They are very cool old games. Plus, I would love to see Frank in like a 3D game. He'd probably be terrifying. And I mean, we are getting Fallout Bakersfield, which is a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool looking mod, sort of. I guess it's its own game, since it's made off the Doom engine. And that one's just going to be taking place seemingly in Necropolis in Fallout 1. So that would be really cool. Even a lot of the weapons they showed looked pretty cool, like the throwing knives that they had from Fallout 1 are both like throwing and melee, which you could do that in Fallout 1, so pretty cool seeing it in like first person. Brutal how there's no sprint. Yeah, there is no sprint. It's just you gotta walk your buns wherever you're going. What are you shooting at me with? Oh, 32 pistol. Okay. That's grenade. Yeah, get him, Eddie. Get him. I know you're not Eddie, but same model. Yeah, if I really wanted to cheat and just go through this quickly, we could just like spawn in the metal blaster too and then just rush through everything. Hey, we leveled up. Cool. That's right, guns are not up here. I'm used to Vegas. Guns are down here. With small guns, and then I don't really care what we're going for. Actually, you know what? Not making like a build or anything. We're just grabbing stuff. Kind of how London was extra, but considered its own. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. Oh, we found the dog one here. Oh, hey, that's kind of funny. Okay, so we're going to be going to that location because that's where we got to get dog meat. Oh, I shot his gun, didn't I? Yep. Hang on. Go. What are you guys doing out over here? I guess we can just use this as footage though too, shooting all the raiders. Need a Fallout New Vegas remaster. I agree. Fallout New Vegas remaster would be awesome. I did really like Fallout London though too. Fallout London was really good. That's right. M is still not mapped, despite my best efforts. Okay, well, we need to go down to Rivet City anyway because that will be useful for getting the plasma rifle. Once we get to that weapon, mostly just going here to get to the subway tunnel. Yeah, 3 bullets doesn't go very far. Yeah, it works. Alright. It's cool to watch you make these videos. Oh, thank you, Dizzy. Do appreciate that. Yeah, this will all come together more once we're actually, like, editing it. Like, this is the section where I'm just getting, like, all the footage. And I mean, if you did want to do this a little bit easier, like if you're doing the same thing I am and you're playing, like, Fallout or something, you can also just, like, turn on God mode and then... Oh, we got this random encounter, too. Cool. This is for a Deathclaw Gauntlet, actually. Yeah. That's neat, but that's not like guaranteed. Because I was thinking about doing that for like the Deathclaw Gauntlet in particular when coming up with weapons for this, but unfortunately that wouldn't really work all that well. You shooting at me? Alright. Anyway. Gotta go here. Yeah, you can just turn on like God mode and no clip, and then I've done that before. Is there God mode in console? No, there isn't. You have to go into the editor and do it. It's the same way I spawned in all the bullets for this and all my stim packs and everything. Just so we can get some more footage faster with this. Fallout 3 was literally Fallout 1/2 in 3D. They took minimal risk, but Bethesda-ized it. That's kind of a strange way to say that, but kind of like the word. By copying the OG formula. And I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Because like the original Fallout games were pretty fun. The only real problem I have with like Fallout 1 is that it's pretty short. You can, like, if you do absolutely everything in the game, it takes like 8 hours to play through it. So like, you know, it's not that long. And then like Fallout 2 kind of did everything Fallout 1 did, but better. Where the game's much longer, there's a lot more build variety. There's consistent challenge throughout the game. Sometimes a bit too much challenge at times, it feels like. In certain areas. Because like in the early game of Fallout 2, it's rough if you're not going with like melee or unarmed or throwing. I'm gonna go with guns. It's like, okay, you're gonna get beat up for the next like 3 or 4 hours. Or even worse, I'm gonna go with energy weapons. Like, okay, you're not getting the weapon until like 12 hours in then, buddy. Unless you rush certain things, because there's always ways to do that. Because like if you do at least in Fallout 2, if you do like the Navarro speed run, then you get like power armor and you're guaranteed to get like the pulse rifle, and then you're like end game build within the first like 2-3 hours. Maybe longer if you just get really bad RNG. Or you decided to not go with tagging outdoorsman right away. Because if that's the case, then yeah, you're gonna be in for a rough time. Or you do the same thing with like small guns, and then it's basically a Gauss rifle right away. Melee gets like a super sledge right away. You can get like a power fist right away with unarmed. Or Fallout 2 just barehanded unarmed is actually super strong too. Oh crap, Creek without a paddle? Yeah, kinda. It depends. It's the same thing with like tactics. When you're building your character, it's like, I'm gonna build energy weapons. Like, okay, well you're not getting a gun until Kansas City, buddy. I think St. Louis. Well, no, I think it is Kansas City. I think that was like the first one you can get like an energy weapon. Like you can get a laser pistol, and it's like, oh, cool. This is neat. It's worse than most of the other guns I found at this point. Alright, let's go over here then. Favorite Fallout 3 unique? Metal Blaster. Metal Blaster's my favorite. I think it's the most overpowered weapon in the game too, but it is my favorite. Like just a laser shotgun is inherently really cool. But yeah, probably that one. If it's not that, then like Lincoln's Repeater is really good, which is what we're going for next. Alright, Raven City. Let's find this. Oh, hey, we got fast travel up. Heck yeah. We've already technically went all over the map, but... Alright, I gotta go through here. And then, Perforator's also really good. I love the reward from it. Perforator, yeah, Perforator's really good too. Like, it's a very cool gun. It feels very rewarding to get it since it's 90 of the steel ingots out of the 100. Oh, hey. Shotgun.
Time to tear you apart.
Yeah. Plenty of use out of this rifle, which is nice. Hello, Ron. Hello, Rainier. How's it going? This is not the way we need to go. Yeah, we can't go this way either. Alright. Round through the other tunnel then. Morning, Ron. How are you? Do you use mods to keep games feeling fresh? Or OG the way to go? It depends on the game. Usually I play mods with like Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. I don't have any besides quality of life ones for Fallout 3 on right now. So this is basically vanilla Fallout 3, just with like less crashes, which is nice. Backwater rifles fire. Yeah, backwater rifle's also really good. Backwater rifle is tied to one of my favorite quests too, so that certainly helps. Yeah. Can kill either of you with one shot. Yeah, I think I hit the barrel. Right. Let's go kill some ghouls and then and also some raiders. Let's see. Let me also use up some more alien epoxy. We have this thing spawned in. Yeah, like Backwater Rifle is tied to probably my favorite quest in Fallout 3. The Chinese spy quest is awesome. I absolutely love it. So. Arch. 10mm rounds. I'll end up looting stuff even when I'm like trying to record things. Like, oh yeah, this will be really good for later. It's like, well, I'm not even going to be using this save profile later. Old Painless. Yeah, we're going to be getting Old Painless after this. Unique snipers are good too. Yeah, this is one of them. This is the reservist rifle, which is pretty good. Got a bullet there. Alright, so what's this? This is Museum of Technology, right? Yeah, Museum of Technology. You need Museum of History. What the heck? Yay. Not sure what we're on now for songs. Sounded interesting though. Yeah. Museum of History is over here. Let's go over here then. Old Painless is nice too because you can get it fairly easily. Yeah. Yeah, all of these that we're going to be covering are like 7 early to rush weapons if you want to get them. Like Reservist Rifle's not too bad to get. You just got to kill the Drifter who has it, which is a little bit scary, but we did that with like a 10mm pistol. That's right. Museum of History. I was going to need to spawn in some 44 rounds after this deal. I also always remember to grab this for some reason. You know, again, we're not going for stuff. I'm just so used to looting things. So many things that I got to go for. Best weapon in the game is Lincoln's Repeater. That's what we're going for right now. Okay. Yeah. The other one's just downstairs somewhere. Either way, we don't need to really fight him. We need to get into the bag. So there might be some coming through though. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Either way. So snag the hat. Need the hat more so than anything else here. Okay, and these are very easy logs. Hang on. Hang on. Alright, my CQC weapon is not necessarily the strongest here. I always thought there was a glowing one here. I was like guaranteed. Maybe not if you're as low leveled as we are. Guess he could be in the back too. Maybe. Maybe not. They sound like they're downstairs. Well, either way, there's a raider here. Chinese Spec Ops book. And Lincoln's repeater. Which I'm wondering if I don't have any bullets for this at all. Yep. Alright, well, either way. Just save that. That way we can use this for actually getting the gun. And then I gotta look up. Hang on, let me save again, because sometimes when the game crashes. Let's get some 44 rounds so we can use this for footage too. Let's see. 3 weapons. I need the 44 rounds. Got code for that. Alright. Perfect. The 1, 2, 3. Whoops, those are O's, not zeros. 3, 7, E? Looks that way. Give me 1,000 rounds of that. There we go. Now let's go get some B-roll of shooting, I guess, super mutants with this. Or we'll have plenty of chances. Next up, we're going for Old Painless. So, I guess I should also put on Lincoln's hat, huh? Just to complete the look. There we go. Looking snazzy. Be in here. Was. Out here. And onward to Old Painless, which is all the way up here. Oops. So, back to Vault 101 again. We're just going... Oh, that's right, we left here. More small guns, since we're going to be using that quite a bit. And Iron Fist, because it's kind of crazy. Also, let me just wait till morning again, that way we can actually be okay. Or at least for footage-wise. That way it's not dark. I think is why I like it, but I agree, same side as Lincoln Repeater is better. So in Fallout universe, his hat and gun would be 400 years old, right? This is in 22 something, so yeah? I don't remember the exact date. For each of the Fallout games. It's 22 something or another. September, maybe 76? I don't remember 76. Is like, I remember it's earlier, but I don't remember how much earlier. 2277? Okay. Hey, fellow content creator. Hello, Simply Vaulted. How's it going? How do you do? Alright, we gotta go all the way to the Republic of Dave. Very northwest part. Also, gotta find some more stuff to shoot. That way we can get some more footage for Lincoln's Repeater. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure the backwater rifle uses 10mm. Yeah, it does. It uses 10mm. Lincoln's Repeater's 44. Which makes it so if you want to rush like a lever action rifle, not even the backwater rifle, that's a pretty good option. Ah, didn't kill you with one shot. Dang. Alright. Good on you. Just curious, what editing software do you use? For video editing, I use Vegas. This is Vegas 19 is what I have. Although I think Vegas 23 is the newest one. If I was just getting started though, highly would recommend DaVinci Resolve. Since it's free, the only reason I haven't used it is because I'm just so used to the keybinds in Vegas. And I'm just too lazy to set up all the keybinds in like Sony or in DaVinci Resolve. Because otherwise I'd probably use that, because like the bin feature in that thing is awesome. It's so good. Strongest Fallout 3 enemy? Probably the Super Mutant Overlord with the Tri-Beam laser. That's probably the strongest. Like, the Tri-Beam laser is pretty scary. Yeah. Grenades here. Interesting. Alright, cool. Let's go up over here then. DaVinci Resolve is super easy to learn for beginners too. And you just get so much for free. Oh yeah, you get a ton for free. Yeah, like if you want to do like YouTube or TikTok or streaming or anything like that, it's super easy to do that. Like, and you don't need that much money either. Like a mic, a headset, if you want to show your face, a webcam, and then like a PC that can do all of this, which most PCs kind of can. Not even necessarily that if you're doing like TikTok and stuff or shorts. It's like your phone will work. And there are ways to there we go. Drop all you guys. There are ways to like use your phone as your primary like filming thing. Even for like a live stream, you could set it up on like a tripod, or there's also those other things that you can get that like lock your phone in place. It's like there, and you put like a clamp on it. I guess you could just use a clamp too if you have those. I don't see why a C clamp also couldn't work, assuming that it's big enough. Just don't crush your phone with it. You should be fine. Like, yeah, there's just so much stuff that you can use for absolutely free. So many good resources. Like DaVinci Resolve is like professional editing software. It's really good. It's like what some companies have used to... Oh, hey, we'll need to get dog meat over here too. So, can I technically find this place? What the heck? That was like a Power Fist sound. What was it associated with the dog? That's weird. Okay, yeah, the scrapyard found, because we'll need this for the victory rifle, which is coming up later. Alright. Maybe the behemoth at the Oklahoma, or however you spell. Yeah, I know what you mean. Northwest corner of DC. That could be too. The behemoths are kind of scary. It's just there's only like 5 of them. That's just why I'd pick like the Super Mutant Overlord over it. What gun is that? Or is this a mod? This gun? This is Lincoln's Repeater. This isn't a mod. You can find this in the base game. I don't think it has a texture mod on it either. But you can find it in the Museum of History. Be a good place to shoot some stuff and then get some footage. Oh, brother at Outcast just got murdered. What the heck? That's a grenade. I always forget how weird this feels compared to like New Vegas, where you can actually ADS with guns. Oh, this'll work. This'll hurt me. See up top? There she is. Alright. Oh, does that have flamethrowers? So help. Okay, that's kind of weird. What the heck? Can I at least hit you in the head, maybe? There we go. Get some good cinematics for this deal. Alright. Perfect. That's all the B-roll footage we need for Lincoln's Repeater. Now... yeah, I guess the Outcast got kind of wrecked here. Let's keep heading up over here then. I've tried posting shorts, but I'm trying to learn streaming / editing and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it takes a while. So, like, don't be too, you know, don't be in, like, too big of a rush or anything. And where there was, I guess that's the other random event of them just fighting there. Didn't even know a random event could occur right there. You learn something new every day. But yeah, like, the way I would do it if I was just getting started again is get a bunch of the free stuff. Like, DaVinci Resolve is free, OBS is completely free, and it's super customizable, and there's a bunch of tutorials on YouTube that you can find for either one for whatever you're trying to do. You know, get, like, a decent mic, a decent computer for editing, and, like, a decent headset, whatever you want. It honestly doesn't matter all that much, because you can edit so many of these things. I'm probably... There we go. They're probably not going to be able to hit that. Like, Audacity for recording audio is free. Logi is free if you have, like, a Logitech webcam, so that's cool. It might be free with other webcams. I've never tried that, but maybe. You can get, like, Photopea, which is for free. It's all... Well, there's a free and a paid version, but the free version gives you, like, 90% of everything. And it has basically all the same controls as... Photoshop, so you got that. And then let's see what else. There's just so many like free options. Well, what I would do just starting out would be like try to learn how to do shorts, try to make shorts really well, because they're going to be the easiest and they're going to take the least amount of time. Like the 2 Fallout shorts that I did the other day were like 45-second shorts. It took me about 20-ish minutes to make both of them. And like both of them, I think at this point have like over like 10K views, which is pretty good with like 30% watch or 30-second watch time out of, I think it's like actually closer to like 35-second watch time out of 45 seconds, which is very good. And then like just try to go from there, and then once you make enough shorts, basically just like make that into a full video. If you plan like a shorts thing that's going to be all there, don't need to be here, but and getting sidetracked. Is a $600 laptop considered a decent computer? Yeah, you should be able to do stuff with that. I don't see why not. Like OBS is super I guess optimized, super low intensity on your computer, so that's really good. And like everything else you don't really need to do much with. So like there's that. You know, if you want like music, there's free music that you can find on YouTube. Like I said, White Bat Audio on YouTube has some really good tracks, and it's completely free, so that's really cool. You just got to give them credit like in the description, but that's easy enough to just copy paste any video. What's your PC specs, Ron? I've got a Ryzen 5700X CPU. I've got an AMD 6800 XT graphics card, a X570 motherboard, I think that's what it is. 32 gigs of RAM in there, and then I've got like 20 terabytes worth of storage, I think. It's quite a bit. It's mostly for like footage and stuff that can just take up so much. Right, up here to the Republic of Dave. Just took a little while to walk here. The other one should be faster to get. We're gonna be going
right
over.
there.
So I'd like to meet Dave. Let me in. Have to get accosted by a kid first, of course. And there's Dave.
I'm watching you.
You're watching me? That's fine. Hang on. Watch me climb up here. Oh, dang it.
Listen, Daddy, there's a Waylander who wishes to see you, sir.
Still side-eyeing me. Never expect the guy in the top hat. I might not be able to... Oh, I was hitting there for a second for some reason when I was climbing on top of him. Okay, that works. We're hidden. Technically. Dang it. Alright, that didn't work. Dang it, he's seen us already. What is this, Dave? You didn't see us just a second ago. Yeah, turn your head that way.
Hello.
Hello. Oh. You weren't even the one who's seen us. There we go. Perch up here like a gargoyle. You never see us. You never see it coming. Dang it, you seen it coming. Right, perfect. Dang it. Look the other way. There we go. Still getting caught. And my sneak kind of sucks. There we go. Now I just gotta... You can tell he doesn't detect me over here either. Guess we could also just wait until... I can't wait in this location. I say we can wait till nighttime too.
I'm watching you.
Yeah, that's nice. You, You not freak out when I grab this? Actually, you know what? I can probably do the other Fallout 3 trick. Still detected over here? By what? Okay, there we go. Maybe. Can't quite reach through the wall. That's unfortunate. I mean, the other option is this too. Doesn't really matter since we're just trying to get the rifle. Lost karma. It's fine. Anyway, let's keep going then. Oh wait, we have a Chinese rifle. Could use that. Have a nature. There we go. Alright. Easy enough then. Get that, and then let's look for a place to shoot some other stuff with that rifle. Because now I just need some footage for this. Oh, and I'm screwing up like... That's the problem with the Fallout games, is if you scroll over here, you can scroll through the other things. Also, thank you very much for the subscribe, 8 and Zoflo. Do appreciate that. I don't have the notifications turned on right now because of, well, reasons. So... Oh, I don't have any 32 rounds either. That's kind of disappointing. Alright, let me spawn in some 32 rounds too so we can get some footage with this. Usually I have a ton of that. And what's your recommendation for brand of computer for gaming? It really depends. Most of them are fine. It also kind of depends on like the price range. But like, I haven't bought a pre-built system in a while. Usually I've bought like parts. And for parts I've got like... I've got an Asus motherboard. I've got a... I don't remember what the graphics card actually is. I mean, the CPU is a AMD, obviously. The power supply is a Corsair. My keyboard's also a Corsair. I like Corsair stuff. Also ripped to EVGA. Kind of sucks that they're not around anymore. Because I really liked EVGA stuff too. The last one of those I had was a power supply that died, but didn't take anything with it, which was pretty cool. Alright, next place we're gonna have to go is actually Museum of Technology, so let's... Enemies around here? Ooh, people that I shot? They're fine. Still in danger? Huh. Okay, well I can wait, so... It should be okay then. Museum of Technology is up next for the Zulong rifle. And we can just be out here and kill some super mutants. be just fine for that. Mm. There's still one more now. Yay! Take his that off too. That'll be fine. Is there any other mutants around here that we can shoot? Looks like there's some over by the Capitol building. Go over there and deal with them. But yeah, like those are the brands that I usually go with. I think my RAM is HyperX, I want to say. I think it is. If not, I've had like Corsair RAM and that's worked just fine too. I mean, a lot of the brands you don't need to be all that picky on. Like at a certain price point, you know. Talent Company mercs too. They need to die as well. And then like for storage, I'm pretty sure like all of my hard drives are Seagates. They're pretty good. I've never had a problem with them. The SSDs are, I think, Critical and Samsung and I think what else? It might just be those two actually. That's in this. Could be wrong though. I've also used like Kingston ones and they've been fine. I haven't had any issue with any of them. You guys over here. Pretty sure we have plenty of footage then for our old painless gun. Just kill these guys and then we'll be on our way. Okay, back to this. Yeah, we leveled up too. Cool. Not that that matters, but well, regardless. Back over to the Museum of Technology. Murder some more mutants, get ourselves the Chinese assault rifle. So let me pull up OBS and everything then. It was $600, sell for $400. Heck yeah! He's got a mid-range Acer laptop. I don't have crazy money to spend. Understandable. And like, you don't have to spend much. Like the first computer I had when I was doing YouTube was one that was like a, well, it was labeled as like a gaming PC on eBay that I bought for like a couple $100, like maybe $200, because I didn't have any money either. Okay, so this is the first this is the first computer. Gotta pick the prime number. All right, then we do the other ones. Yeah, more small guns, more Iron Fist. Obsidian will make a Fallout game instead of Bethesda. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. I honestly kind of hope like CD Projekt Red would get the rights to make a Fallout game because I think it would be awesome. I think it would be really, really cool. That's like, I can just imagine something like the size of Cyberpunk, but in the Fallout universe. Like, that would be really, really cool. That's one of these computers. I don't remember which one now. The first one or second one? Second one. Second one is the third answer, because 53 is a prime number. And then the last one is down here. Got the wall. another one down here. No, this is the computer we need to interact with anyway. Alright, and then it's 113. Get the passcode. Yes. And technically unlocks the other safe that we can get into here, but that's not the real thing we're going for. We are going for the rifle. Which I'll be sure to save this section too, because it takes a little while to walk to the rifle. Alright. I have to make shorts, but I cannot even make regular pants. Well, don't worry, you just have to find regular pants and then cut them into shorts. It's super simple. Okay, back to Vault 101. We gotta head west. But yeah, like if you're trying to get into like content creation, it's not difficult at all. I would say it's super easy right now just because of all the free stuff you can get. And just use, like there's just so much good free stuff. And so much good cheap stuff. On Instagram, they're called Reels. Yeah, that's true. What is it you can't... What if you can't fish? I guess you gotta learn then. You gotta learn how to fish. And you can actually reel them in or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, but like I said, all that stuff is like free. You can get it. It's awesome. And like... At least if you're like me and you're doing like gaming content, you don't really need to be doing like, you don't need to be spending tons of money on like the newest game or something, you know, to only play them. Since I mean, like, I love playing these old games. I love playing Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. It's like you can pick these up for like a couple of bucks. There's plenty of like, you know, free games that you can play too. At least if you're making videos on that, but you can make videos on anything. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Same thing kind of goes with the live streams. You can make them with anything. Me, I've lost faith in most studios doing a good job. So unless it's Four Dwarfs walking the wasteland for rock and stone, I will not trust a new Fallout game. I mean, like, Fallout London was good. That wasn't a studio though, so that was just some people that wanted to make it. Over here. There's Prime. Who either blew himself up or got blown up or whatever the heck happened to him, not sure. Alright. Let me spawn in some more ammo and then we can go for this. Could you post a list of stuff in Discord if you get time? Sure, if I remember that. There's actually a really good channel that made a bunch of cheap or easy stuff, like free stuff that you can use. That's called Stream Scheme on YouTube. I would recommend checking that out. Because I think he made like 75-ish free things that you can use on YouTube. Whether that be like music, photo stuff, video stuff, like stock footage and things, like all that free stuff that you can get. So I'd highly recommend that one. If you could make a unique weapon in Fallout 3, what would it be? Ooh, that's a good question. What do we have in this? I would make a Chinese rifle, but it wouldn't be the AK, it would be the Mauser pistol converted to the, like, the carbine version of it. So it has the full stock, it has a full barrel on there, and it has like a detachable like 20 round magazine. That's either semi-automatic or fully automatic. Whether or not it's strong or not, it doesn't really matter. I think it would just be cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, no problem, Tiny. Let's see, I gotta look up 5.56 ammo now. Because we're gonna need that just to be spraying at stuff, and I probably want more than 1,000 rounds for this, because 1,556 is not all that much in this. Okay. I also wasn't even aware there's two separate versions of 5.56 ammo. So apparently Jericho gets unique versions of it. Alright. Give me 10,000 rounds of 5.56. There we go. Also, let me use alien epoxy to fix this out. And then the next weapon we're getting is the A23's rifle, which this one takes a little bit longer because we're gonna have to go around and do part of a side quest or part of a quest. I guess it's a side quest. Either way. Over to Megaton. Gotta get that, the victory rifle, and terrible shotgun on our left. Which, wouldn't be too much stuff. We'll swap it back and forth, makes this kind of hard too. That'd be cool. It could be a little bit like the LR22 and New Vegas. Yeah, something like that.
Another newcomer.
Yeah, another newcomer. Later, Lucas. No need to be talking to you. Need to go into the clinic. And, isn't there like a note around here? I swear there's a note around here. Talks about the replicated man. Oh yeah, here's the holotape. Trustworthy surgeon.
Hey, Doc. I won't share with you.
There we go. Replicated man. Leave me alone, Lucas Sims. Okay, that's nice. The nearest clinic. I'm in the nearest clinic. All right. Anyway,
I'm Doc Church.
yes, I need to talk to you about the android.
Some VIP from up north, but you know some.
Okay, sounds good. I gotta go talk to Moira now. She'll tell us some more about this.
Hey,
Yes.
I hear you're that stray from the vault.
Yes. Let's see. Okay. Paradise, stuff my dad lived. What's the book you're working on? It's a great idea. Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is fine. It honestly doesn't matter. Anyway, what about the android?
Have you heard the so-called android recording? It sounds like an ordinary man. Here's a spare copy of that old holotape. It's
Okay.
a hoax for sure.
Anyway. Learn more about the
I guess they
holotape.
sent
Okay. There we
If you're
go.
listening to this recording, it is because you're believed to be trustworthy. I hope that is the case, because this recording puts us
It's kind of funny that everybody has this voice recording.
from the Commonwealth. I'm an android, a synthetic man, a
Yeah,
slave.
synthetic man.
Men hunting me are ruthless and will stop at nothing to retrieve their property. I need to find a doctor in the wasteland to perform facial reconstruction. I also need someone who knows a great deal about computers.
Yeah, thanks, he's right away.
I need to have my memories erased and my face altered to look like someone else.
Yeah, okay, then I think we just wait so long until the girl shows up. Let me just try to wait like 24 hours. If somebody shows up and accosts us like usual. Can't remember if we need to talk to like another doctor or surgeon or anything. Since we still need to go to Rivet City and actually talk to Harkness. Nothing going on right here, so let's head back to Rivet City then. And
Welcome.
yes, welcome to Megaton. All right, bring forth the bridge. Go on. Oh wait, no, I need to talk to you, huh?
Welcome to Rivet.
That's right. Send over the bridge then. We need to be going over there. All right.
Hold it right there.
Hey, replicated man. Okay. Okay. Anyway, we can go talk to the other guy in here. He'll tell us a little bit more. We'll be that much closer to getting this gun too.
Howdy, I'm Seagrave.
Let's see.
You don't.
I know you won't rip me off. Anyway, here's 100 cabs for free.
They might be listening.
They might be
Come,
listening.
listen.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, there's... Okay, no, that's not the one. You or the other girl.
Remember that secret Android project I told you about? Well, they had
Well, listen to all this stuff.
They nabbed a lipoplastic tumor and a lipodermal vasculizer for facial reconstruction. Not sure where they'll find a chopper with enough skills to use it without making him look
See?
like a freak. Oh, and get this. Can you believe they found a circuit neuralizer? That or someone built one. Word is that they're going to
Yes,
completely
circuit
rewire the
neuralizer and all that stuff.
If you know who they got working on this, let me know. I want to meet the guy.
You can.
You've been rather
Yeah, there we
busy.
go. All right. Where are you? Okay, well. That works then. Tells everyone he's already dead. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. We're gonna find more clues. At least do the other part of this quest. Okay. Head off over to here. Always wanted to make the rocket launcher that can use 10mm rigged with a left-handed brace and then hip fire at like 10mm and firing the rocket launcher could be a bit wacky. Yeah, you can do that. That'd definitely make it interesting. Alright. More guns. This will be good for our new AK here. Right, there's the gas in here. This will be useful. Oop. Alright, back to the AK some more then. Oh yeah, I guess that triggers both these, huh? I don't have the repair level. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more Mirelurks in here though. Maybe not. Alright, hey, doctor. There you are.
How
Pinkerton.
the hell did you get
That's
in
your name.
here? This is the part where you tell.
Okay. Oh, maybe I need to talk to one more person first. I think I need to talk to one more person first about the android. Then I can come back here and then do it. Gotta find one more inventor or something. I don't know if I can talk to Seagrave again. Maybe I can. So 44. And a mine. More 44 rounds. Okay, over here real quick. Didn't get a whole lot of footage for the Zulong. We should probably kill some more stuff with it. Let's see. You can talk to the doctor in you too? I don't recall.
Let me or security.
This is a quick.
Let's see.
Take a look around.
Okay, what about... Okay, I already talked to you about the android. I gotta find somebody else to talk about the android. I think the other doctor in here works too. Which is... Or maybe the church? Gun's locked. Okay. No. Hang on. Gotta go around for this one. Science lab. Anybody in the science lab besides Zimmerman count? I don't recall if they do. If not, the church is over here too.
I do the report. This place could use a few more people willing to work.
Church.
God, I'm Diego.
Okay. Anyway, what about you?
I am.
That's nice. I need to go. Let's see, Graves home. So where's the other medical thing? Science lab is this way. Maybe I can talk to. I can talk to the historian guy about this. I don't recall. I remember you just have to talk to a bunch of scientists and whatnot. Tinkerers. Collection indeed, yes. Declaration of Independence. Sure. Oh wait, no. I'd rather keep it. You're not getting Lincoln's hat. It's mine. Even though I don't plan on keeping it at all, but still. Okay. But he doesn't do anything either. To the science lab then. Maybe I can talk to somebody here. I have to say I never liked the Institute. Yeah. I think it's funny in this one where the Institute's just like, hey, we're the Institute.
I'm Janice Kaplan.
Okay. Anyway,
Look, this is a restrict.
yeah, okay. But yay. Don't talk to anything about the android.
Look, Dr. Sandra, what do you need?
Hey, do you know anything about the android?
You
Anyway.
there.
Yes, depends what kind of.
To the point. All you know of robots are you see
Yes,
in the Commonwealth.
android is dead. Interesting.
Your help. I've tracked. He must. It's
Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll find your android for you.
forget it. Like I said.
Okay. Anyway, not everything that we need. So is it still more? Dr. Preston? When's Dr. Preston? Okay. Staying here?
Hey,
Yeah. Well, let's talk to the doctor then. I knew there was another doctor around here somewhere.
everything looks okay here.
So, yeah, I probably need to talk to Mortar and the doctor in Megaton. Could be. I already talked to them once, but I think it's this guy. Yeah. There's 100
I heard
caps.
a rumor that old
Okay, there we go. I just needed to talk to somebody else. That was it. And I was pretty sure there was another clinic around here. I just couldn't remember where the heck it was. Okay. Then back to here. Yeah, because you got to talk to like 4 different people. They all count as like tinkerers. Yeah, that's not where I need to be. I need to be outside. Let's see, that one's the hotel. It's a marketplace. Let's see the other. There we go.
yes.
Now back into the water. And then back over to there. Nuke Megaton. Yes, nuke it. Hey, Angel, how's it going? You playing the Steam version or the GOG version? This is the Steam version, although the Steam version is weird and awkward to get working because I needed to install mods and edit files in it. I'm pretty sure if you get the GOG version, it probably just works right away. And like, I have the GOG version of Fallout 4 that I played Fallout London on because it was just easier to install. And I have the GOG version of Fallout 1 because Fallout 1 on the Steam version kept crashing on me. So, I think the only Fallout I haven't really had issues with has been like Fallout 2 on Steam. Is like Fallout 1 kept crashing, Fallout 2 has just worked. Fallout 3 took a while just to start up and get working. Hey Bickerton, I can talk to you.
Stay sharp.
You're everywhere, yeah, anyway. Okay. Yes, Hartner should be told. Hartner's before and after picture. Yeah, and then like Fallout Tactics I had to edit so that it could actually play because it doesn't play on regular sized monitors now. New Vegas, it has always given me issues. But I think that's just New Vegas being buggy. And then Fallout 4 has mostly worked aside from like getting London to work because like they updated Fallout 4 right before London was coming out. The guy's just practicing his telepathy, I guess. Alright. Anyway, Harkness.
Have a seat anywhere. Someone will be with you in a minute.
You have a knife. Where is Harkness? What time is it? Like quitting time? So, let me check up here. I think he can be up here. Maybe not. Harkness, where are you? It's hard to tell in this place. You're somewhere around here.
Evening.
What is this trying to tell me? Yeah, there's somebody here. So... Oh yeah, there he is. Hey Harkness,
I'm a little busy.
ready to have a mental breakdown, buddy? Okay, you're not who you think you are. Yes.
Look, you have...
Yes. Okay. Recall this. Yeah.
My God.
Alright, now, anyway.
I'll tell you
Actually, I was hoping you'd let me kill him. Yes. Alright, thank you. Do appreciate that. Dang it, now I'm overweight again. Got too much stuff again on me. I don't really need to be carrying around any of this crap. Oh yeah, I got that too. Cool. Thanks, Moira. Do appreciate that. And then back to the science lab, which is right over here. Zimmerman. Let's get our perk as well, because that kind of goes along with this. Yep, I found him. Yes, no problem. Okay. Come back here. I don't want to shoot anybody else. There we go. Got the old man right in the leg. Okay. Perfect. Alright, now we still need footage for both this and for the Zulong, so let's go do that before we go and get the victory rifle too. I just need the victory rifle and the terrible shotgun now, and then we will edit all this stuff together and do all the extra stuff. Right now, all we have is just like the audio and everything edited. Not here. I'll get outside again. Yeah, there we go. Alright, it's nearby their super mutants. We can shoot them with the plasma rifle. Get some footage for that, then go back to the Zulong. I'll just have to remember to get those in a particular order as we kind of go. I'll probably forget once we actually get back to the editing process. I only played Fallout 3 in New Vegas, Fallout 4 on Steam. None of them worked at all. Like, it's really bad. All must be filled with mods and changed. INI files in order. Open up the menu. Yep. I didn't have a problem with that with Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas, but I did with 3. The GOG versions do just work, though, so... like... I kind of recommend getting them there. I'm not sure about, like, Tactics and Fallout 2, because I haven't tried them, but... like, Tactics might still have the same weird... issue that it did on Steam, where it's just that the game doesn't support, like, modern monitor sizes, like it doesn't support, like, 1920 by 1080. So you have to, like, go in and edit the files. But that was the only problem I had with that one. Perfect. Alright, well, that works for that. Let's go use the Zulong for stuff then. Yeah, this gun's kind of crazy, especially with how easy it is to get. It does take a little while, but you only have to go to Rivet City and to Megaton and then you can get everything. They're my favorite games, so I was determined to get them working. Yeah, understandable. Like, there are very fun games, but not great in terms of optimization. I'm playing the vanilla GOG version on Luna. Oh, nice. I'm assuming Luna is a Linux. Probably. I'm a first-time player, and I noticed that I can't drop stuff from my inventory on the floor. The button just doesn't show on the Pip-Boy. Any ideas? I'm not sure, because it doesn't show here either, but it's just right-click if you actually do want to drop stuff. At least that's what it is by default. At least if you're playing these ones. I can't remember if that's the same for Fallout 4. It is for Fallout New Vegas. Like, 3 and New Vegas have basically everything in common. But I'm not sure why it wouldn't, like, show you those in your settings. I mean, I also don't think it tells you that there's a light on the Pip-Boy either. That one, I don't know, it took me several playthroughs to realize that was a thing. Let's see, we've got, I think it's like Flooded Metro or something over here. I think this is where one of the unique power fists is. Irradiated Metro, okay. Could be that, could be something else. Super Mutants up there. My Fallout 4 was in super speed. Ow. Maybe with another one of those. That hurt. Broke some limbs too. I think I can fall down here and be okay. Perfect. Ah, okay, here's some raiders. Perfect place to be getting some footage. I think there can also be like a Enclave guy that spawns here randomly. Near here. Yeah, there wasn't as many enemies as I thought there might be. There's more over and around the corner. Let's continue on over here then. Luna belongs somewhere to Amazon Prime. It's a game streaming platform. Oh, okay. I wasn't even aware that was a different platform. Blow up some rad roaches too. Enclave guy isn't spawning here. We have to get so far into the main story before that happens. Or maybe it's just random if it does happen. Alright, let's go into here too, because there's definitely enemies in here that we can kill. Looks like I hold a shotgun like that. And also, I'm pretty sure there's fire here. Oh, maybe. These are all dead. Just shoot all the bodies some more. Just get rid of those. There we go. My arm. Oh, that was my leg? Alright, well. That works. Okay. Good enough there. Yo, what's up? Can you reply to me in chat? Because my mic... Wait, what? Headphone 2 days ago before? Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you? The cat destroyed your mic? That sucks. Let's say we just knocked it off of something. Just want to decorate my home with 100 teddy bears? Yeah, you can do that. No mods? Mods are only for, like, making the game run better. This is going to be a guide anyway for the base game, so it can apply to everybody. Okay, and then next thing we're doing is Victory Rifle, which we need to go back to the scrapyard to get. We gotta go and get dog meat. Dog meat's the best boy. And then, he will get us the gun. We're not gonna get the gun. He's gonna get the gun. Dog meat, where are ya? He's over here. Maybe. It's been a while. Dog meat, where are you? There's also that case that we actually got the random encounter for, funny enough. Oh, okay, he's over here. Yeah, hey, dog meat. Let's see. Is your master? Yeah. Wanna come with me? Yeah, there we go. Come on, dog meat. Already murdered all those raiders. Then there's also, like one of these things. I don't remember where. Not that it matters, we don't actually need it. Somewhere in here, you can get that. And then Rock Breakers is like over here, I think. So, and then we got dog meat. Let's go. No, I was kind of stuck on dog meat. Away, dog meat. Let's go find us another gun. And I guess we also should wait until morning-ish. That way it's just not so dark out here. Again, just kind of for
Those
footage
raiders strapped
purposes.
me with explosives.
Gotta help me. Okay, well, good luck with that. Alright, anyway, not our problem anymore. Question regarding dog meat. If he gets orc goo or rigger blood on him, can I somehow clean him? I don't want him dirty. Yeah, sure. Try some oatmeal shampoo. He'll love it. If you don't have oatmeal, you can probably grind up anything in the vicinity to make it. He should be all cleaned up though. He's the best boy. It's also super useful for getting like the fire lance if that shows up. That's going to be an interesting one because I do have a plan for a Fallout 3 video similar to the New Vegas one, going over all the unique weapons and how to get them. But the fire lance in particular might just take a while to get. Also, dog meat for some reason keeps scaling. Like he scales higher than you do after level 20 plus, which is kind of funny. Like he scales to level, you keep scaling with health. I think Fox does as well. It's kind of interesting. I guess I'll keep him as a home dog then. Yeah, you could do that.
Ow.
Alright, is this where we need to go?
Oh.
I think it might be. I didn't bother looking up any of these locations as to like where we gotta go. I'm just kind of doing this off of memory, but I've been mostly right so far. I think this one might be a little bit further north than where I put the marker though. So, all right. Protectron. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's up over here somewhere. We'll find it. Gotta love it. Come on, dog meat. You don't need to be attacking scorpions. And you're pretty good at killing them, I'm pretty sure, but take him down. I still have my Pip-Boy light on too. We don't really need that on when we're wandering around in the wasteland. Okay, camped around. I think it might be a little bit further up here. Could be wrong though. just keep looking. Yeah, sure, max that out. Do that as well, it doesn't really matter. I love your videos. Oh, well, thank you, brothers. We appreciate that. We're actually making one of those right now. We're nearly done. We nearly got all the B-roll footage. We just gotta get the last little bit. It should just be finding the victory rifle, getting Dogmeat to actually get it for us. And go punch stuff. And then... yeah, we should be... oh, yeah. It is right up here. Because that's the gas station, kind of. It's like not even really a gas station. Guess it's a self-serving one, maybe. Maybe the robots tool you up. Yeah, do this, find some things to shoot with the rifle. And then, I'm pretty sure just from me spamming the heals, it hasn't been healing my limbs. So... alright. Into the abandoned shack. Then usually it's right in here with a very hard lock, but since we have Dogmeat, I need you to find something. Find me a weapon. Okay, now... let's... you got me a bottle cap mine. Alright. Now, Dogmeat, I need you to find me a different weapon, okay? Can you do that? That's a laser pistol, okay? I need you to find me another weapon. There we go, there's the victory rifle. Alright, now, Dogmeat, yes. Go back to Vault 101, okay? You'll be safe there. Now we have the victory rifle. That's kind of cool. Wait here a little bit for Dogmeat to leave. Let me record that real quick. There we go. And then find some other stuff to shoot with this. Last gun's gonna be the, well, last gun we're going for is the terrible shotgun, which is over here. So head over there then. I got Paladin Cross early on by... wait, what the heck?
Oh!
Did you have that?
Oh! Oh!
Alright, there we go.
Oh!
There we go. Now, oh, actually, we're fine on the heals. I figured this wasn't like heal. Oh, well, I didn't rest. That makes sense. Some of that. Anyway, onward. By glitching into the Citadel, I gave her a Gatling laser I randomly found. She takes care of everything before I can even spot the enemy. Yeah, that's true too. Sometimes the allies can be kind of insane. Alright. There's actually a Super Mutant Behemoth here too. There's like two here. Because yeah, the teddy bear is bait. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, here he comes. Yeah, that's kind of terrifying if that's off in the distance. Hey, you're not dead. Go on, get up. Or, you know, stay down. Knockdown on crit's kind of good, too. Alright, that works. Oh wow, he is really flopping over there, isn't he? want him to flop around some more. Alright, come on, big guy. Over here, yep, follow me. Ow. Well. Can't take out like half our health with that. Okay, but kind of keeps getting knocked down too. Alright. Got anything good on you? Mini nuke, that's kind of cool. Missiles, pulse nades. Alright, anyway. Now we dealt with one of those. There's still another one over here. So sometimes she gets zoomies and I can feel like I'm her companion by chasing her across the wasteland. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. Sometimes the AI kind of does that in this game. Like they just sprint way faster, because I know Fox can do that. It's like if he's sprinting, he's so much faster than you.
Oh! Ow!
And go and be able to just drop into here too. Or we can get the Super Mutant Behemoth angry. Yeah, let him out. And he can go crazy on him and just beat him up. Should be shooting it. Oh, yeah. Alright, take him down, Super Mutant Behemoth. Go hit him. Go bonk him. I don't know if he's got a weapon. You might just punch him. Either way. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, well. Should be kind of injured from that. There we go. See if we can just keep knocking him down. And sometimes he does some awesome flips. What are you doing? Leave me alone. Alright. Then we'll just record that section, and then on to the Evergreen Foundry. Go. Down into the underground. Okay, we got to... Oh, you got a shotgun. Yeah.
Oh!
We just need to kill the other guy down here then. He was hiding down here. What the heck? Using that. Other one's got a combat shotgun too. Decent amount of combat shotguns. Yeah. This is the guy that we need to kill. Then he's got a terrible shotgun on him. And also had 70 shells? Dang. Alright, heck yeah. This'll work. There's also the some bobblehead over here. What is this one? Barter bobblehead. Alright. So we got this. Then let's go get some B-roll footage for the terrible shotgun, and then we can edit all of this together. And I'm about on schedule as to where I was kind of hoping to be. So when we can get all the B-roll footage done before like 10-ish my time, and it's 10 now. So then we can actually get back to the editing, which should take me a decent amount of time. We'll see how that goes then. Alright, so remove that, and where's a good spot to just kill stuff? I know. Old knees up here. Or we got Deathclaws we can fight. We are using the terrible shotgun, so it should be overpowered, even though we don't have like any perks for it. And there could also be some raiders around here too. I bet there's some raiders up there. Whatever we run into first, we'll kill that. Alright. This is over here anyway. Oh, okay. This is just like an outhouse bathroom area. Guess from the raiders, probably. More than likely.
Ow! Ow! Oh! Ah! Oh!
He's gonna be up here then, right? Yep. There we go. Let's see, where are we going? Planning on going over here. That's probably enough just from the raiders itself, but we might as well go for a little bit more. No such thing as too much B-roll footage. Oh yeah, and I think this is the only time I've had like dropped frames on my new setup, which is kind of funny. That's interesting. I guess that's some problem with my... I'm assuming with the internet then. It's only 159 frames, so probably not even noticeable. But still... I don't want to shoot that Yao Guai. That Yao Guai's cool. You bet you can't get a pet Yao Guai in any of these. You can technically get Vengeance and Jack in the Deathclaw Sanctuary if you're brave enough. That is true. You can do that. I guess you have to get so far into the main story before you can get Jack. Because Jack doesn't show up until the Enclave shows up. But Vengeance you could always get. Let's see. Yep. Okay, well it looks like we can't take a hit from a Deathclaw. Or I can take one, but not two. Hello, I just joined. What kind of guide are you making? We're making one for 7, like, overpowered weapons that you can get right at the start of Fallout 3. And we just found out we don't have enough health or damage resist to base tank a Deathclaw. So, basically, this is the last weapon. This is a terrible shotgun. And, we'll just kill some raiders then. I'm really surprised that that 2 shot us. That's when... Yeah. Couple mines. I get one of the 5 family transcripts for the unique Batman. 1,000 more explosives. It kinda hurt. Got another one. Yay. Okay, go over here. Alright. Yeah, that should be enough then. Alright, we should be good to go then for like editing everything together. Let me exit out of this. OBS is gonna freak out for a second like it always does when I exit out of Fallout, but that's fine. I'm actually kind of curious, how are the stats doing? Since I've seen that other one. We had 49 dropped frames from probably me alt-tabbing out all those many times. Seems pretty acceptable to me. Okay. Have you tried the Tale of Two Wastelands bot? I have not, but I plan on doing it sometime in the future. Okay, so now that we've got all this here, I can also turn off the replay buffer for OBS. This is how I got like all the recordings, so we don't have to sift through like that 2 hours of recording. Instead, I can just pull these up individually. So, let me find... Okay, this isn't where it is. This is where it is. So, all of this is the footage that we just got. So, all of this today. Was this the first one that I did, or was this like the example one? I don't remember. Yeah, where there's 2 of me. Okay, yeah, this one will work just fine. Okay, so I just gotta find where we actually need to be to get said rifle. Like right around there seems good. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Move that back to here. We'll create our own, like, start right away. Once we actually get to it. I would love to get Vengeance, but I'm too scared. Yeah, Vengeance is kind of scary to get because, like, Deathclaws are indoors. If you have the dart gun, it's a little bit easier because you can cripple their legs. And then you can go for it, but even then, it's still going to be rough. You still got to get through the Deathclaws. Okay, so we're going to keep this as, like, whatever. We'll make up our own start as we get here. Let me also drop the music down just a little bit since we're kind of in editing now. Yeah, maybe like right there. Okay. So once again, hello and welcome back to the
Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3.
For anybody
right
just
away.
like
First things first is
joining,
the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper.
Okay, for anybody just joining, I usually play these at like double speed so I can edit them faster. So it might be a little bit awkward, but that's the reason why I do this. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. This can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle... Okay, so I kind of want it to be theirs when we stop, which I can kind of speed this up, because... Yeah, and just kind of cut it out to there, so then it plays more. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. This can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really... Okay, yeah, right there is fine. Then we'll get the B-roll footage of the rifle itself, which should be the second one that we did. So that would be this one. And what were we shooting at over here? Yeah, that'll be fine right there. Then we will kind of merge these together so they body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same damage
as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a faster rate of fire. Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP. 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common.
Let's see, where else am I shooting at stuff? Oh yeah, we shot at these guys. Yeah, sure, that'll be fine. Rifle. This rifle is really strong,
as it does essentially the same damage as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a faster rate of fire. Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP. 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common, and this does only hold 3 bullets, so you are going to need to be, well, finding a whole lot more bullets and reloading this thing pretty often. Could also be difficult to actually have this repaired early on, but you can pay caps to vendors so that you can actually fix this up. This thing also has a 5x crit modifier, so at maxed out crit chance, you can have like 90% crit chance with this, which is very good. It's a very strong rifle if you want to rush it. Moving on to our second weapon, we have...
Alright. Got that one there. Then the second one, here we've got the second one we did. This one right here. What was this gun? Was this Ligon's repeater? Oh no, this was just for more like random footage that I got. We could use this over it. This kind of looks better anyway. It's brighter outside and you can kind of see what's going on. See, where do we start shooting at stuff? Like it was, yeah, right around there. Alright, do that. You can open it up and... Moving on to our second... Okay. So here, which is moving on to the second rifle. Okay. We already did that. I think, yeah, that's those three. So then it'd be this one next. And this next one is... We'll start it out here. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's
Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever action since this isn't tied to point lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a very...
Okay, we got quite a lot going on here, but... Got this here. Moving on to our second
weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever action since this isn't tied to point lookout.
Actually, we might want to have this set a little bit farther ahead. You can find this one. Yeah, so like right here. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here. So we go through here. Go to there. And then kind of just like cut this somewhere here so that we can make this a little bit faster. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up. Okay, and then we cut there. Bring this forward to where we actually get to the display case itself. Probably right around here. So it can be... Let's see, where is this actually grabbing the gun? Out there, okay. And then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a... Okay. Cut that there. Just really gonna press this so that it... Don't do it from that side. I want to do it from this side. Okay, and then... Should be right to there. Through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a very strong... Okay, and we cut here again. And we gotta get the B-roll for Lincoln's Repeater that we were shooting stuff with. Which should be this one. Okay, and then... Actually use this for the start. Then... Which more easily goes to here. Into that, so then it's more. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever actions since this isn't tied to point lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History.
This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a very strong weapon.
Yeah, that'll work. Alright. And where else? We got some footage of blasting stuff with the repeater. Should be a little bit further ahead, right? I think I was shooting a couple of things throughout here. Oh yeah, we got the... This'll be fine. Repeater. This is a very strong
weapon as it does really high damage, shoots the 44 round, which might be kind of difficult to find in the early game, but assuming that you're buying some of those, you can definitely make this thing work. You can repair this with hunting rifles, which are all over the place, so that shouldn't be a big deal. Holds 15 rounds, has a 2x crit modifier, very high crit damage, it has no spread, so it's super accurate, and it's very good in VATS too. It also has really high item HP, so you're probably not going to need to fix this one up very often. Just a very solid weapon across the board. You can also pick up all the Lincoln gear when you're there at the Museum of History too, so if you want his hat, or if you want the gramophone, if you want the coins, if you want the Action Abe figure, you can snag all those as well. Also the poster, I think that's all of them there. And then you can always turn these into different people, like if you turn them into Hannibal, you get a decent amount of good karma, and a decent amount of caps too. Our next unique weapon is Old Painless, the unique hunting rifle.
Alright. So, got those down. Next up, Old Painless, which should be this one, I think. This one was, yeah, just like stealing from Dave, but this takes a little while. Right, up here's where we actually get the gun. Let's get the other one too, then we can do some B-roll footage first, then get the gun, then go back to the B-roll. That, this will be fine for like shooting some super mutants with. Yeah, started out there. Okay, and then cut that over here. That to there. I expected nice looking YouTube videos to take a lot of effort, but dang, so much work. I appreciate your doing this. Your videos already helped me a lot. Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, this isn't that much work. It's more just time consuming because it's more just like you gotta make something, which I like making stuff. So this isn't that big of a deal for me. I was having trouble seeing stuff in Battlefield 6, but it turns out my motion blur or my monitor brightness was 30. That explains a lot. Yeah, that'll do it. Also, hello, Hayes. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. All right, so our next unique weapon is Old Painless, the unique hunting
Rifle. This one is pretty awesome, but it is kind of a trek to get. So in order to get this one, you're gonna have to go up.
Okay, so we'll cut that right there. Whoop. That's the wrong thing. Dang it. Don't need that. Alright, let me go up over to here. Connect these. This one, you're gonna have to go up to the Republic of Dave, which is all the way up here in this corner of Fallout 3. You also
You have to be pretty careful when you're going up here because Deathclaws and Yaoguais can spawn at any point in the game, and both those are pretty scary. But assuming that you don't run into anything too scary along the way, this gun is fairly easy to get. All you have to do is get into the Republic of Dave, and then you gotta steal Dave's key.
Okay, so we can go here. Speeding that up. And then all the the random nonsense that we did. Yeah, there we go. Just like that. Scary, but assuming that you don't run into anything too scary. Well, okay, that might be a little bit too much speed then. Maybe something like this. Pretty careful when you're going up here because
Deathclaws and Yaoguais can spawn at any point in the game, and both those are pretty scary. But assuming that you don't run into anything too scary along the way, this gun is fairly easy to get. All you have to do is get into the Republic of Dave, and then you gotta steal Dave's key. Easiest way to do this is just hide somewhere next to him or behind him. If you have a stealth boy, this is gonna be easier. Then you crouch, and then you do a save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too. And
you crouch, and then you do a save. That way
you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up.
Alright, right there. Then we got... Let's see. Correctly to... It works. Alright. You can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too, and this weapon is fantastic. It does good damage. Okay. Gotta keep them shooting Dave there. Alright, let's cut ahead to here. Do more of the B-roll footage over here then. And we'll add effects and everything too, because we're gonna put like we're gonna put like the guns and stuff here, so should be interesting. I increased it to 65 or 70. Decided to change it to 65, but I'm doing good. How about you? Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm trying to learn all this stuff on my own, and I'm not from a tech background. Oh, neither am I. I didn't know how to do any of this when I first started. I just had to learn. There's a bunch of tutorials online, though. I would definitely recommend checking those out, and then just taking your time. I know that like learning this can be super frustrating when you first start, because it definitely was for me. But you can make some really cool stuff, and like editing is one of my favorite things to do now. I really do like doing this. I would do editing, I just find my voice cringe. I mean, you can speed it up like how I've got it here. It's not going to sound the same. It's fantastic.
It does good damage per second. Uses the 32 round, which is one of the most common rounds in the game. Has no spread on it. It doesn't have a bonus crit chance, which kind of sucks. That would make this a whole lot better. But it does have a faster rate of fire than the standard hunting rifles. And since hunting rifles are super common, this weapon can carry you quite a ways throughout the game. Up next, we have the Zulong Assault Rifle.
Alright. Then we do the same thing here. Although the Zulong and the... yeah, the A321s are kind of backwards. That would be... this one? Question mark? Yeah, this is the one. Alright. Okay, so Museum of Technology, we'll need this, but then... I don't remember which one that was. I think it was this. So that would be this one, that would be the AK footage then? Roughly? Maybe. If not, we can... I guess this is getting like the A23s. But this whole thing is... yeah, quite the trek. Okay, so that's actually getting that rifle. What is this one? Okay, this one's the second part of actually picking up the rifle itself, so kind of need that. That over here, we'll move this over there since we need to get to that here in a second. Then maybe these two are the other ones I need? Potentially? That was the same one that I just opened. Okay. Okay, then we don't need that one. We need like this one and this one. Which, you can open up all these up if you'd like to at the same time. That works too, especially if you don't have too many files, but sometimes I find that to be kind of confusing. Okay, yeah. Here's more of the AK footage then. Use some of this here, and then we'll cut to the other part once we get to it. Here. Up next, we have the Zulong Assault Rifle.
This is a unique Chinese rifle, and this weapon's kind of a weird one to get because you do have to know ahead of time how to get it. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult for you to find. To get this one, you're going to have to go to the Museum of Technology. This can be found pretty much...
Okay, then we've got like this section up next. For you to find. To get this one, you're going to have to go to the Museum of Technology.
This can be found pretty much diagonally across the street from the Museum of History, where we got Lincoln's repeater. All you have to do to get this one...
and we'll cut this here, and then kind of like compress this whole thing a bit, because it's going to be... got Lincoln's repeater. All you have to do to get this one is go through and find 3 separate computers and input the correct code. So you can find these 3 computers, one of them is found right at the very start, and then you can find these other 2 as you just move through the building. At the very first one of these, you're going to get a message talking about a hidden location where... and then we cut here. Go to this next section. It's fine. Message talking
about a hidden location where they've actually stashed this rifle. It won't show up until you've actually done this little side quest. So you have to answer these correctly. To find the correct answer, you have to pick the prime numbers for each of these. The easier way to do it, though, at least in my mind, is just to memorize it, where the first computer is the second answer, the second computer is the third answer, and the third computer is the fourth answer. Then once you get this, it will technically unlock another place inside of the Museum of Technology, but you don't actually have to go there. This will give you the location of...
okay, and we cut there. And what is this? Okay, this is the actual location. Org. This will give you the location
of where the rifle can be found, and this can be found just west of Vault 101 where you start out. So just head over to here and then go into the diner. You'll find a body with this is Prime. This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers, and then he will have this assault rifle on him. This is a really strong gun as it does do pretty good damage. It probably has the best damage per second in the early game outside of the shotgun weapons.
and then cut to there, and then we go back to the B-roll footage. And where are we? We're like going through the sewers here. Yeah, this will be fine. That game outside of the
shotgun weapons because they're kind of nuts in this game. And it uses the 5.56 round, which is super common. You can actually get a whole lot of this if you end up running down south and siding sort of with the Outcasts and just bringing them a whole bunch of Brotherhood technology, which you can find if you just do part of the main quest, at least up to the Galaxy radio part. Up next we have the unique plasma rifle. This is the A20.
Okay. And once again, we do the same type of thing here. So yeah, that's We weren't using the plasma rifle here. Oh, yeah, we were. Okay, cool. We can actually just do the other part where we used it on Zimmerman as the... Yeah. That'll work just fine. Do that right here. The radio part. Up next, we have the unique
Plasma rifle. This is the A23's plasma rifle. Now, in order to get this one, you're gonna have to do the replicated man quest, which is pretty easy to do.
There's that replicated man quest. Still
Replicated
strange.
man quest, which is pretty easy to do. You are gonna.
Okay, then we'll cut here. We'll go over and talk to. Let's see. That's still talking to Harkness. Have any of these just talking to like Seagrave? Not exactly, but that's okay. Okay, we can go talk to the doctor here. Or have the doctor be speaking here as the background. That'll be fine. I still have to work out my mic settings in OBS. It's inconsistent for the volume and pitch. Oh, really? I mean, you can put a compressor on your mic. That's what I have on mine. Makes it so it doesn't pick up so many high highs and so many low lows. Just kind of makes it sound more consistent throughout it. I can kind of show you how to do that too. Because on OBS, since we have this pulled up over here, and there's probably 2 of me now? I'm not sure. There's multiple of me. But anyway, if you go to... What is it, your mic here? Hit the 3 dots, go to filters. Actually, I don't have one on here. What the heck? Why don't I? Oh, wait, no, this is, this is desktop audio. My bad. Go to your mic. Do that the right way. Then filters. Because then I got like noise suppression, so it cuts out the noise stuff in the background, which is kind of nice. The compressor, which I think I've tweaked around just a slight amount from the bass, and then the noise gate, just so that it doesn't pick up like extreme peaks. And I don't have this set up too much either. But yeah, you can just do that. That helps out a lot, in my opinion. It's pretty nice then. Okay. It's so much learning. Yeah, it is a lot of learning to like get into like editing videos to start out with. It's not bad once you get it down though. And honestly, like I heard something, I don't remember where it was from. I think it was actually when I was trying to learn Blender, which I still am kind of doing that on and off. But it's like there's an 80-20 rule of like 80% of the time you're going to use like 20% of like the actual program. And that's kind of what it is. Like I said, like almost all of these buttons down here, I have no clue what the heck they do. Like I haven't used most of them. I use some basic stuff and that's it. And then like out of all this stuff, it's like I don't use the hub. I don't use the hub explorer. The project mode is just to kind of see what's actually here, and I don't really use that. The explorer I don't use. The video effects I kind of use, at least for chroma key and maybe for like some slight effects of making things like go black and white or like blurred or whatever I want to do. Like there's that. Media generator I basically don't use. If I do, it's like the test pattern. Whoops, the heck? I don't know what I did there. Yeah, like transitions I use a bit, and then like project notes I don't use at all. I don't know what the heck I did actually down here. Okay, that was weird. So like, yeah, like I don't use most of this stuff. Mostly I'm just using like this window here for the actual editing. A couple of settings that I have in here that's just set for like all my normal stuff. And then like, yeah, basically everything else. Is this actually set to that? So why is it set to that? It should be set to this one. There we go. Yeah, because I usually render this in 2K and then upload it, because then you get a better encoder on YouTube too, which is nice for any of the dark things or any dark scenes. I already felt like I needed a doctor's degree to understand the Fallout 3 menu and rules. Yeah, I have no clue about editing either, but I must admit it's nice to learn new stuff. You got this? Yeah, exactly. Like, you got this. It's not too bad once you get the hang of it. Like, again, it can be super frustrating to start out with. My only concern of Season 6 is no secondary overclocks. Oh, I'm not sure. They didn't say anything about overclocks. They didn't tell me anything about it either. So, I know pretty much the same thing you guys do now. We'll have to see, though. Because, I mean, they did say they were going to add even more stuff than what they showed. Which, I mean, they didn't say that about the last season, and we got, like, a whole bunch more skins. I knew about the overclocks for Season 5, but I only knew about 3 of them, with Marked for Death, Scorching Tide, and the Ice Cannon one. I don't remember what it's called right now. I think they're still working on. Very well could be. Yeah. Located Man Quest, which is pretty easy to do. Still seems weird. You are going to have to
find multiple holotapes throughout the wasteland. You can find a couple of these at Megaton. If you talk to Moira and if you talk to the doctor there, then you can get a pretty good lead on this. You may have to talk to a couple other doctors, but once you do this, you'll be heading down to Rivet City. Talk to Harkness there.
There, he's our replica. Yes. Let's go back over to the other doctor. You can actually pull up Harkness here since I talked about him, so do that. Talk to Harkness there. He's
our replicated man, but he doesn't know that yet, neither do we, technically. Next up, we're going to have to go to the other...
Okay. Got a little bit more going on here. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Still want to kind of keep these in different files. I probably shouldn't show this part, because otherwise people will think that they can just go in there. Where's the part where I dove in the water and just swam over there? I guess I don't have that. Okay, that's fine though. We can just cut it to... Oh, actually. Oh, I guess I did go that way. Alright, well, I'll just cut it to here then. Probably should have included that, but that's okay. We technically. Next up, we're gonna
have to go to the other side of the ship, talk to the doctor here, and then he'll tell us who the replicated man is. This is Harkness. Now, you...
And then we'll just cut this and go back to Harkness. Maybe cut a little bit further forward then. The man is...
This is Harkness. Now, you can also go and talk to Zimmerman before this. It's actually easier if you talk to Harkness first. He'll give you this rifle and then ask him if you can kill Zimmerman and his bodyguard. Then you go...
Then we can actually just cut right back to this one. So then we go over to here, to the Zimmer boy over here. Then you go and turn him into
Zimmerman, because then you also get the wired reflexes trait, which will help you in the early game, thanks to it just giving you more action points, or a better use of your action points. And this rifle is really strong. You can also then kill them immediately afterwards, so then there is no bad side, no downside to this, other than you getting slightly negative karma for siding with Zimmerman at the end of this. But this weapon does fantastic.
Okay, then we go... I deleted that other one too. Alright, hang on. I gotta pull back up footage. I do this all the time. Which one was it? This one, maybe? Yeah, here it is. And more B-roll footage. Alright. And they're going crazy on secondary overclocks, and Season 5 was very ambitious with its primary overclocks. Yeah, I mean, we could get some really crazy ones. As I understand, no Season 6 overclocks, at least not yet planned. Yeah, they haven't said anything. But I wouldn't put it past them to put more stuff like that in there. But this weapon does fantastic damage.
Really good damage per second, has an above average crit modifier at 2.5 times. Really good action points, very little spread, and it also holds 12 rounds. It's just a very solid rifle if you want to be using it. You can actually use this through the entire game, especially if you're planning an energy weapon build, because it is just that strong. I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It's like 1200 HP, dang. Up next we have...
Alright. Up next we have the Victory Rifle. This is... Alright, then we do Victory Rifle. B-roll for that. Which should be these 4 right here, because the Victory Rifle, terrible shotgun, all that fun stuff. Honestly, this makes for a pretty good, like, starting thing, too. Just making the Super Mutant Behemoth flop around on the ground. Okay. Yeah, this will work for, like, an intro. Just go with that. I jump around sometimes throughout the video as to like what I'm working on, so it's like this isn't all flowing in the same way. It's like, yeah, that's just how my brain works sometimes. All right, let's get the Fallout 3. Whoops, oh, not the memes. I don't need the memes folder. At least not right now. I need it's PNGs, yeah. PNG folder with my game logos, and then I need Fallout 3. Let's see. Do a couple different Fallouts. Yeah, there we go. Let's use this one. We do that. This is usually how I like animate the stuff coming in. It's just based on the keyframe, so when it starts, it's actually a little bit out, and then it kind of comes in. Did you see the new Darktide class? Yeah. People feel kind of let down by it. I seen it. I haven't played Darktide in a bit, but did not seem like people were super excited for it. Also move this in just a little bit so it kind of lingers on there. I don't really want the thing to be lingering for that long. And we just kind of do that, offset it just a little bit, so then... Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. And we'll probably... Let's see, zoom this one in just a bit to start out with. Actually, we can zoom it in more. Do that, and then as we kind of pan out... There we go. How does this look? Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3. I might need to pan out a little bit more than that. It's mostly like the gun is looking a little bit weird at the bottom. Bump this down slightly too. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Still don't got all the audio and everything here, but it's fine. You should do more these type of streams. I feel like I've learned a lot. Yeah, I might. These are very fun to do. I think it's going to be cool because you can akimbo weapons. That is pretty cool then. Get 2 like las pistols or something. 1200 HP, dang. Up next we have the Victory Rifle. Let's see, Victory Rifle. I guess technically all this is the Victory Rifle, but... shooting out everything. Okay, yeah, we will... That right to here. Let's see, let's also cut to the part where we're getting dog meat, because that'll be useful. And then cut to the part where we're actually shooting the super mutant behemoth and just bullying him. Or we could do the other one where this one might be a little bit better since it's a little bit different. Although, I don't know. Either way, it works. Yeah, sure. Okay, cut to here. Up next, we have the Victory
Rifle. This is another unique sniper rifle, and this one has knockdown on crit, although it doesn't have as much crit as the previous rifle we talked about. This weapon, technically, you shouldn't really be able to get right away, because you will need 100 lockpicking, kind of. We're going to cheat that out, though. So this one can be found over at the Rockbreaker's last game.
And we cut there. Move this one back. Not where I need it. Where's that other thing that I cut? This one, okay, we can cut this out entirely. Okay, we only need this much. And kinda... Oh yeah, to speed things up, at least in Vegas, the way you can do this is just hold control and then either like stretch it or compress it. If you stretch it, then it makes it longer and slower. If you squish it, then it makes it shorter and faster to speed up stuff. You can also change the velocity too, but you have to do that like manually, and this one's just faster. So this one can be found over at the Rock Breaker's Last Gas, the sniper shack just above it. There are some super mutants there. There can also be some other enemies around there, like Yao Guais again, which can be kind of scary. Just make your way up through there. Hopefully you can avoid the super mutants, or you can just kill them through. Probably with all the weapons we found, you shouldn't have a problem there. And then inside here, there's a locker with the rifle. Okay, and then we go... Go to here. That one there. No problem there. And then inside here, there's a locker with the
Rifle, but it requires 100 lockpicking to get inside of it. You don't actually need that though, because if you go to the junkyard ahead of time.
No, yeah, maybe actually. Do that, and then we do the dog meat section first, which is not here. Not here. Where did I? That I cut apart. Maybe I could have deleted that other thing though. That might have happened. If so, whoops. Well, that's fine. Let's see, this should be this one? Yeah, I did cut this. Alright. That was kind of my bad. I probably don't even need that much. Just that. And we move to here, so then it's picking to get inside of it.
You don't actually need that though, because if you go to the junkyard ahead of time and you get dog meat, then that's all you need. You just come.
Then we cut that out. And we go back to here. Then it kind of just fades from one to the next. And that's all you need. You just come back here, and then you tell Dog
Meat to go find you a gun, and then he'll grab you a gun, and the victory rifle is in here. He can also potentially pick up some other weapons in here, depending on what else spawns in the lockers, so kind of keep that in mind whenever you're doing this. But this is a really easy way to get...
And then we got back to the rifle shooting stuff. It should be fine right here. This is also why if you have like a bunch of things here, it gets a little bit really easy way to get
this rifle. And this one is statistically the same as a hunting rifle, but this one does have knockdown on crit. It does have a 3 times crit modifier as opposed to a 5 times crit modifier, and this does only knock down for 2 seconds, but it can be useful for knocking down big enemies, especially if you want to be hitting like the Superman Behemoths, which you may be fighting. There's only like 5 of them in the game, but we're going to be kind of covering 2 of them since one, I'm assuming you're going to the Galaxy News Radio in the main story, and then the other one is for the next gun. Then our very last...
Okay. Then we cut to... I mean, we could start it off with this, too, just getting one punched by the Deathclaw. That's kind of funny. Then our very last overpowered weapon that we
can get right away, which this one is truly overpowered, is the Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one at the Evergreen Mills.
Yeah, that'll work. At the Okay, then we go... here. This there. Evergreen Mills.
This one is kind of a trek to get to, and I wouldn't really recommend you rush this one first of the weapons that we've been talking about. You probably want 1 or 2 of the other weapons, but then this weapon is probably the strongest one we're going to be talking about today. Head right over to here. You're going to have to fight your way through all of the raiders here. You can also release the slaves here. That's kind of for good karma. And there's also Super Mutant Behemoth here. You can also unleash him and have him attack the raiders if you would like. You just got to shoot the generator, and that can be kind of useful. Then you can kill him. He might have potentially good loot. Sometimes the mutants have pretty decent loot, especially the behemoths. It's kind of a random drop as to what they give you. And then you got to make your way.
Yeah, then we cut to inside the cave. Yeah, sure, that'll be fine. And then you got to make your
way into the mill. Fight your way through more raiders, go down to this underground section, and then you're going to have to kill Smiling Jack here. Or you can reverse pickpocket him. I just find it easier to kill him, though. He has the gun on him. You could also trade with him beforehand if you want. And there's also a bobblehead in this cave, too, which is kind of nice. Once you kill through all of this, though, then you're going to have yourself...
Let's see, where do we get to the bobblehead at? About there, okay. Just speed this up, too. Beforehand if you want. And there's also a bobblehead in this cave, too, which is kind of nice. Once you kill through all of this, though, then you're going to have yourself the strongest shotgun. Kill through all of this, though, then you're... Okay. Then... Okay. And it's actually started off right there. There we go. Nice. Once you kill through
all of this, though, then you're going to have yourself the strongest shotgun, or one of the strongest shotguns in the game. So this does really high damage per second. You can fix it with combat shotguns, which are already kind of overpowered in Fallout 3, thanks to the way crits work, so if you're building a luck-based character, you're going to have a really easy time. The only kind of downside with this shotgun is that it has more spread than a standard shotgun. So keep that in mind, but if you're using it at very close range, you probably don't even need to worry about that. And that does it for all these overpowered weapons in this video. So we didn't really cover big guns.
Alright, then let's cut here, and since I don't have big guns footage, but I do in my other folders, let's grab some of that. So we'll grab big guns, melee, and unarmed to just kind of round this off with. Which is why it's kind of useful if you grab footage like this and then you name it something, because I have a whole Fallout 3, well, Fallout 1 through everything. And then I have named some of these. So if I get decent footage, then I usually put them into a file like this so that they're easier to find. So let's just find a big gun like the minigun or something. Minigun will work just fine. And melee or unarmed, there is
a whole lot of unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher.
Let's see, actually, where do we... Yeah, that'll be fine. And melee or unarmed, there isn't a whole lot of
unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked about this.
Okay. But melee. Let's see, melee weapons. Auto axe will be just fine for this too. For some background footage. And then melee weapons, I've kind of talked
about this in a previous video where like Stab Happy might be one of the better ones. This is a unique knife. It's not very difficult to get either, so that's kind of good. But if you really want like the strongest melee early on, I'd recommend you just rush Operation Anchorage and pick up the shock sword. That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the pit, get any of the auto axes. They're also very powerful. And then unarmed honestly doesn't...
And then cut that there, and then we'll do unarmed for the last one where, let's see, do I have any like spike knuckles or something? I don't know what I put those under, maybe knuckles? I mean, Deathclaw gauntlets here too, but... Oh yeah, Knuckles 2, Knuckles 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then unarmed, honestly,
doesn't really need any unique weapons at all. You just gotta get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6, and then you got plus 15 to any unarmed weapon, which makes it so like your bare hands outdamage half the melee weapons in this game, and outdamage most of the small guns too, which is kind of crazy. So if you combine that and find some like brass knuckles or spike knuckles early on, you should be having a really easy time. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed this video, hope it helped you out, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye bye everybody!
Alright, so we have that done. We have our intro, we have all of our editing. We still need a couple more things though. We need music, and we need effects. And we're going to be doing that next. He's support Ron now. Hey, Matt. I just decided to change it just to Ron. That way it'd be easier for people to read it. That's about it, though. Your master editing skills at work? I'm not sure about master editing skills. I don't think I have the nicest editing. I can edit very quickly, though. So there is that. Because, I mean, we've done all of this within 3.5 hours. And now, like, we should be getting it done definitely on time. I didn't know how long this one would actually take me to edit. But if I can just sit down and edit, I can usually get quite a bit of stuff done. So we're going to get photos of each of the weapons as well as the stats. For this, I'm just going to be using the wiki again. And I'm also going to be using this tool down here, which is called Action. This is what I used to record my videos with. Now I basically just use it to take pictures. Because it has kind of a cool picture thing in it, so I can kind of show you guys. So it's like this, and as you can see, like this would be the editing or the video recording section. It's got stuff. This one's another paid for model, but you don't have to. It's a one-time pay if you do want it, but if you're just going to use it for pictures like me, I wouldn't recommend that. You can use, I think it's ShareX or something for taking pictures as well. It's a little bit more finicky, and I don't like it quite as much as this, just because it doesn't have like the photo mode, which like is this. So you can stretch this to wherever the heck you want and then just take pictures of that, or you can just record it as is. So if you just wanted to record like this screen or take a picture of this screen, you could. And like that's super useful with this. Like I said, I don't think it's worth it though. Because I think this is like $80 if you want it. And it's like, that's a lot to ask for just like taking pictures. When you can just get like the, was it the snipping tool for free that comes with like every Windows thing. I think GIMP has an option for this too. And like ShareX is free. So I, again, wouldn't really recommend it. It's just something that I end up having. So we have to go through our weapons again, which was the reservist rifle first. So I'm just going to be taking pictures of each of these. And again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Like I'm up for answering anything, whether it be like free stuff to use or how I do certain things or whatever it might be. So let me grab this over here. And then we'll take a picture of the reservist rifle. It also kind of has that sound effect, which is pretty nice for actually making sure that you're taking pictures of everything. Okay, Lincoln's repeater's up next. Sometimes this takes me longer too, because this is usually around the part where I get up and wander off and don't touch this for like another, I don't know how many hours, and then decide to come back to it. And for some reason, sometimes this takes me longer because I'm usually like watching stuff or eating things or trying to play a game or something and also trying to sort of edit this. Like I can sit down and do all of the editing and everything and the recording in one sitting. Not a problem, but once it gets to here, it's like, okay, still got to do all of the little parts. Let's see, A321s. Find this. At least the wiki's easy to search though, that's nice. Honestly, the Helldivers wiki's even easier to navigate. They have such a nice wiki for doing stuff. Oops, that's not one. Go. Then the Victory Rifle. And then the Terrible Terrible shotgun. Or Terrible Fusil or something like that. I don't remember. It's the French word in Fallout 4. I'm probably not saying that other part right either. I know Terrible is like terrible in English, but just in French, I'm not sure what. I'm assuming Fusil either means gun or shotgun. Okay, so we've got all these pictures then. A couple other things that I kind of want to take pictures of too as we go for them would be wired reflexes. So let me take a picture of that too. That pops up in this. And I guess we can go with the rocket launcher as well, since that one is also mentioned towards the end of the video. I usually try to get as much of this stuff as I can think of when I'm actually thinking of it rather than editing, because sometimes it can be kind of distracting for me to go back and forth between like the actual editing and finding other stuff online or whatever the heck else I was doing. Again, I can get distracted really easy. A lot of the time I'm just usually watching YouTube videos over here or movies or something as well. What else was mentioned? Spike Knuckles were mentioned, and same with Stab Happy. So let's go with Stab Happy. I'll take a picture of that as well. And then probably some Spike Knuckles or something. Really misspelled that. Spikes. A lot of spike things actually in Fallout. Alright, Spike Knuckles from Fallout 3. Spike Knuckles show up in all of the Fallout games. Alright, that should be everything then. We'll go through this. We'll also have to find some music for this too. And then, let's see, let's do, whoops. Alright, so this is all in my action screenshots then. Grab that one, and then I gotta grab all these other ones too. Need all of them. And I'll just group them all together. Okay, so the first one is going to be the Reservist Rifle. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique... Okay, so that one's right there. Really cool thing about this that I found out later is I used to animate these all by, like, hand when I did Deep Rock stuff. And it took forever. You don't need to do that, though. So we're going to do, like, a push-down transition here. So that this comes in... You can see it's coming in from the center now, but we're going to offset this. So it kind of goes over the other webcam here, so that's maybe not as distracting then. Pretty sure people will realize that this is like a stream though or something. I was recording with my face cam on. Instead of like that, and then it just sits in right over here. So when it actually comes to the... Is the Reservist Rifle. There we go. So that one's good there. Rifle. This is the unique sniper
rifle, and this can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same damage as a regular sniper.
How long do I want to have this sitting? This can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here. And probably right to there. Don't need it lingering any longer. Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle... maybe we'll keep it actually up here. I think this kind of works better. And it's a little bit less distracting, and then we can also make this a little bit smaller. That way it's taking up less of the screen here. And we still got, you know, everything going on. Actually, let's see. How does this look if I do... that blocks part of it. I don't really like that as much. So, yeah. Me in the corner, gun stuff in the middle, gun over here that we're talking about, so it's obvious. We could also do... just something up here for people. It's not that. Just so people know what weapon we're, well, where to get these things. Let's put in a text document. This will be fine. And then we'll go location. Gonna have to look up these again because I'm not gonna remember how to spell some of these things. But okay, so spelled correctly. Tabernacle. Okay, hang on. Spelling tabernacle is difficult. Right, and then we'll resize this so that it fits up here. I think that should be probably the longest name that we're going to be having anyway, so this size should be fine. I think white is fine as well. Put an outline on this so it kind of stands out a little bit more. And a little bit of a shadow too, so it stands out just a wee bit. There we go. Alright. Yeah, that looks fine. Then just north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here. We can just line it up with this. Do that. Moving on to our second. Okay, second weapon is probably going to be this one. Yeah, Lincoln's Repeater. So now that these are already done, though, the only thing I'm going to need to change is the text. Because we can just put Lincoln's here and we can just copy this one. And then paste the elements to it. And then Lincoln's Repeater just slots right in place. So then we want to rush it. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action. That's moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique. Yep, that'll work. All right, let me cut this. Copy that, paste it here. You do need a separate text file though, because if you just copy and paste this one, it's gonna have the same name on it. And if you don't put it as a separate file, it will just link them all together and make it so that they're all edited at the same time, which is awkward. Okay, so then we go here. Oops, just need to go there. Gotta make sure this is. Just make sure this isn't called something else. It should just be Museum of History though. Yeah, Museum of History, okay. Museum of History. Move that over there. Let's see, how does that look compared to the other one? It's slightly lower, but by that much. Okay, and then we just kind of blend those Second together. Weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action. That's, well, it's in the game before the other
lever action, since this isn't tied to point lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater. This is a very strong weapon, as it does really high damage, shoots the 44 round, which might be kind of difficult to find in the early game, but assuming that you're buying some of those, you can definitely make this thing work.
Okay. Our next unique weapon. Alright, next unique weapon then. Should be Old Painless. We'll listen through this like one full time once it's actually all completed. And again, just copy paste. Whoops. Oh, dang it, did I not? Alright, hang on. Copy this. Paste that. There we go. Unique weapon is Old Painless. The unique is Old Pain. Alright, somewhere around there. And then this one, Republic of Dave. Thing I gotta do here. Sure, that's fine. Republic of Dave. That there. Next unique weapon is Old Painless, the unique hunting rifle. This one is pretty awesome, but it is kind of a trek to get. So in order to get this one, you're going to have to go up to the Republic of Dave, which is all the way up here. Okay. If you have
a stealth boy, this is going to be easier. Then you crouch, and then you do a save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key. Then
this one, you're going to have to go to the museum. Alright. And we got... Next we have the Zulong. Okay. Zulong assault rifles over here. Which is this one. So we have the Zulong assault. So we have the Zulong. Yeah, there we go. Then copy paste this here. This is Museum of Technology, right? It's not, or is it like natural? No, it wouldn't be natural history. It's something. It's got to make sure. I think that's what it is. Yeah, just museum. Alright. I guess Museum of Technology also slash the Jury Metro Station. Museum of Tech slash Jury Street Metro. Okay, technically that one might be the longest one. How does that look with the rifle though? That look okay, or is it... Okay. gonna be a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller than the others. I forgot this is technically at like 2 locations. That's fine. I'll just have to remember to copy paste this over here. Okay. Have the Zulong Assault Rifle. This is a unique Chinese rifle, and this weapon's kind of a because they're kind of nuts in this game. And it uses the 5.56 round, which is super. Next we have the... Okay. Then we've got the A23's plasma rifle. Next we have the unique plasma rifle. This is the A23's plasma rifle. Now in order to get this one, you're gonna... Yeah, that'll work. Okay, put that there. And then... this to there, this to here. Here, and then... location of this, I guess, Rivet City? Okay, that one's like tiniest. There we go. Then this one's going all the way to like here. That one's kind of a longer one. I guess more of an explanation is needed for that though, huh? Okay, and then this to here with the Victory Rifle, which can be found like Sniper Shack above the thing. We'll probably just do Rock Breaker's Last Gas though. So over here. Next we have the Victory Rifle. This is another. Next we have the Victory Rifle. Next we have the Victory. Yeah, there we go. Victory Rifle. That there. This here. Over that. We'll put sound effects in here too in a little bit, but right now we're just kind of rough cutting everything. Well, I guess it's already rough cut, so this is like more the final editing process, but not the final product. Let's see, this one also Rock Breaker's Last Gas, right? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Rock Breaker's Last Gas. There we go, put that one there. And then the Terrible Shotgun. Very last overpowered weapon that we can get right away, which this one is truly overpowered, is the Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one is the Terrible. That'll be fine. This to here, and then this is at Evergreen Mills. Again, just kind of there. The Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one at the Evergreen Mills. This one is kind of a trek to get to, and I wouldn't really recommend you rush this one first of the weapons that we've been talking about. Oh, we did talk about wired reflexes in this other one too. Hang on. I forgot about that. Get a separate... Let's see, so this one would be over here, and I think we talked about it in this section. Then you go and turn him into Zimmerman, because then you also get the wired reflexes trait, which will help you. There we go, that'll be fine. Okay, and we'll just make it so this one also pans, or kind of zooms in. Go, something like that. I don't know if I need it quite that long. Also get the wired reflexes trait, which will help you in the early game, thanks to it just giving you more action points, or a better use of your action points. And yeah, that'll work. Okay, the other ones are mentioned later on. Let's see. Melee or unarmed. Okay, so Terrible Shotgun up to that point. Then we kind of melee or unarmed. There isn't a whole lot of unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something. Okay. Do that. Go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked. Have that fade out there. Like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked about this in a previous video where like Stab Happy might be one of the better ones. This is a unique knife. Okay, put that there. This is a unique knife. It's not very difficult to get either, so that's kind of good. But if you really want like the strongest melee early on, I'd recommend you just rush Operation Anchorage and pick up the Shock Sword. That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the pit, get any of the auto axes. They're also very powerful. And then unarmed honestly doesn't really need any unique weapons at all. You just got to get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at... I guess Iron Fist would kind of be a better one here than necessarily the Knuckles. Let me try to find that then. Iron Fist. That's first. Fist. Okay. Yeah, plus 5 more unarmed damage is kind of crazy. Do we actually... I think we ran out of music. That was all the things listed for synthwave stuff. Kind of funny. Never listened through all these. Well, that's fine though, because we're going to be adding music here in a second, so we can actually add some of this stuff. Just start here then. Okay, Iron Fist. Gotta get action back up again, because I don't have it up at the moment. Then, let's see. A picture of this. Iron Fist is kind of a crazy perk though for Fallout 3. Like 15 more unarmed damage for everything is nuts. And you can actually even stack it with what's it called? The Ghoul Ecology, which gives you another 5, so you can have 20 points of unarmed damage. And Superior Defender also stacks with it, so 25 more points of damage with everything. Okay, we'll just do that. Any unique weapons at all. You just got to get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6, and then you got plus 15 to any unarmed weapon, which makes it so...
Like your bare hands outdamage half the melee weapons in this game, and outdamage most of the small guns too, which is kind of crazy. So if you combine that and find some like Brass Knuckles or Spike Knuckles early on, you should be having a really easy time. Either way, hope you get...
Okay, so that's that done. Now we just got to get some like music and some sound effects in here, and we should be good. Had no idea how labor intensive stuff was. I don't think this is really like labor intensive. Greetings from Finland. Oh, greetings from the US. How are you doing? Irie? Hope I'm saying that right. I hope you're doing well. You get easily distracted, Ron. I do not suffer from that squirrel. Exactly. That's how I go too, because I'll just be like, oh, hey, let me look up this video. Let me do this. Loving the stream, Ron. Oh, thank you, Drew. Do appreciate it. Somebody give me a Fallout 3 build idea to play again. You full unarmed build. I mean, you could go bare fist. Honestly, I don't think that would be that hard. Like, get Iron Fist 3 times at the start. You're already, like, punching most stuff. You could rush Point Lookout, get Ghoul Ecology and Superior Defender at 26 damage with your bare hands. And then get, like, Paralyzing Palm. And you're good. You must drink a lot of caffeine to stay focused. I don't drink any caffeine. Caffeine makes me jittery. Also, I realized I could download FL Studio and try making my own music for videos. Yeah, there you go. That works. Hey, Clumsy. How's it going? Do you play Steam version or GOG version of Fallout 3? It's the Steam version, but I had to, like, mod it so it would work. I'd recommend getting the GOG version. Like, the GOG version is just... Hey, I've heard it works. I don't have it, but I've heard it just works. So, there's that. Alright, let's do some music then. Which, I mean, the music we've been listening to seems to go just fine with this. So, I already have... Not what I wanted. Okay, I just want that. And that one was called Chrome Dream. So let's do that once we actually get to the first weapon. And we can have it going to probably about there-ish. I want something a little bit different for the the start. We're also going to drop this a little bit low, so it's not too loud and kind of over my own voice. That one should probably be fine there. What else do we have for something kind of fun and upbeat? React to music and try to remix its beat. That could be kind of cool. I don't know how to do that, but it would be something cool if you could do it. I guess we kind of keep this going with just the synthwave stuff. I think that would be fine for at least all of this. Then we'll try to find something more kind of like upbeat and catchy for the start. Not saying this isn't like upbeat, but it doesn't work as well for like a start. So this is... Huh, pretty sure I had this one out here. It says I've downloaded it. Now, if not, let me download it again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it says I have one there. What the heck? Oh, because it's under the person's name. Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind. I was typing in the wrong thing. That's me just being an idiot. That's fine. That happens all the time. That's normal. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, this one could work too. Yeah, that works. Oh yeah. ES underscore. It's called Fresh Pastries. Doesn't quite... Well, we could actually do it twice. I don't think this is going to be too off-putting then, since this is a shorter song. You don't want to, like, loop the same song multiple times. Yeah, this will be fine. Okay, so, let's try to find something kind of, like, upbeat. Something kind of fun to start this out with. What do we got here? Yeah, not exactly what I'm going for. Eh. Do anything a little bit more like frantic or something. Eh. A lot of the upbeat ones are like more dance ones. Eh. A lot of funky ones too. These are quite what I'm looking for. Okay, this one's more upbeat, more fast-paced. Hang on, can this one work? Let's see. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really... Yeah, that can work. Alright. I just got to get that, like... that first drum hit on the actual thing. And then we should be good to go. Okay, let's see, that's... There we go. I think it was, like, right here. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome. Maybe it was. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back. Yeah, no, it's definitely more like that there. And then does this Fallout 3 works? Yeah, that kind of works. Don't need it nearly this loud though. That's gonna drown out like everything. Okay, then we just kind of go here-ish, I think. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout. Maybe slightly lower than that. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. Let's kind of go a little bit further with this. That's not such an abrupt cut with the... First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper. Alright, then let's add in like the swooshes and everything. I think that's what I have them labeled as for each of these as they pop in. and then we'll do like some final cuts for emphasis on certain things. Then we're pretty good to go. This is pretty much how I make videos. I think I might do it a little bit faster when I'm not explaining everything, but I don't know. I stay more on target here, so they might end up being about the same overall. Let's see, I need my sound effects again. Sound effects. And let's see. Need my swooshes. Where are my swooshes? My swishes and swooshes. That's what I need. It's all these effects. Well, this is the unique. And this can be found in Chapel up and those ones. Alright, so we'll do this one for the first one, because then this will emphasize it kind of coming in. Then I'll probably be repeating the same one over here for these. Or I can go to, let's see, how's this one sound? Yeah, it's fine. I can swap back and forth between those two then. Then, whoops, be back over here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to copy this. And then use this for like every other one. That one there. That one there. And then we can use it for all these back here. I guess all two of those. And I'll copy and paste this one. Then it's here. That there. And yeah, that should be good. All right. Let's do like the final cuts then, really. I want to tell you that I'm very happy to see people still making the older Fallout. I still play it too. Awesome. Yeah, I still play like Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. Like they're pretty fun. I mod the heck out of Fallout 4 at times, then usually break the game, then have to reinstall it. But same thing goes with Vegas. Vegas breaks pretty often. But yeah, I really love the Fallout games. They're very fun. There will probably be more stuff for Fallout coming out pretty soon, since like the Fallout TV show's coming out. And definitely looking forward to that. Alright, let's see how this goes then. Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. This can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be kind of explodes, or at least part of him. Yeah, let's do emphasis. At least kind of explodes, or kind of explodes, or at least part. Yeah, that'll work. Let's just cut all of this here, because otherwise I'm gonna forget what the heck I'm doing. And then this is just like how I usually do like the video emphasis ones here, where it's just like kind of a zoom in on me. So then it's usually kind of like that. Can also mute these, so that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there. Do you have a favorite weapon or armor in all the Fallouts? Favorite armor, Desert Ranger armor. Doesn't really matter what kind. They're all really cool. And favorite weapon? There's a lot of weapons I really like. I love this machine. I love the Metal Blaster. I love the Rat Slayer. Laser RCW looks really cool too. It's probably one of my favorite versions of a Tommy gun. So yeah, I got a lot, Drew. It's kind of hard for me to narrow it down. Did you see the Fallout 1 Doom, sort of? Oh yeah, Fallout Bakersfield? I'm looking forward to that. Unique remake fans are making. Yeah. Seafinder. Seafinder is very awesome too. There, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same damage as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a faster rate of fire.
Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP. 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common.
I should probably actually be watching this at normal speed. And this
Otherwise-
does only hold 3 bullets, so you are going to need to be, well, finding a whole lot more bullets and reloading this thing pretty often. Could also be difficult to actually have this repaired early on, but you can pay caps to vendors so that you can actually fix this up. This thing also has a 5x crit modifier, so at maxed out crit chance, you can have like 90% crit chance with this, which is very good. It's a very strong rifle if you want to rush it. Moving on to our second weapon, we have Lincoln's Repeater. This one is a unique lever action that's, well, it's in the game before the other lever actions. That's, well, well, it's in the game before the, well, it's in the game before the other. Yeah, sure. We'll do more emphasis right there. Kind of a fun one to do. I'll just do this. Slight amount, do this. Also just a slight amount. Action, that's, well, it's in the, well, it's in the game before the other lever actions, since this isn't tied to point lookout. You can find this one in the Museum of History. This one's a pretty well-known weapon. You just have to go in here, go through the back of this place, fight through the ghouls, and then once you get up to this display case, you can open it up and take Lincoln's Repeater.
maybe.
This is a very strong weapon, as it does really high damage, shoots the 44 round, which might be kind of difficult to find in the early game, but assuming that you're buying some of those, you can definitely make this thing work. You can repair this with hunting rifles, which are all over the place, so that shouldn't be a big deal. Holds 15 rounds, has a 2x crit modifier, very high crit damage, it has no spread, so it's super accurate, and it's very good in VATS too. It also has really high item HP, so you're probably not going to need to fix this one up very often. Just a very solid weapon across the board. You can also pick up all the Lincoln gear when you're there at the Museum of History too, so if you want his hat, or if you want the gramophone, if you want the coins, if you want the Action Abe figure, you can snag all those as well. Also the poster, I think that's all of them there. And then you can always turn these into different people. Like if you turn them into Hannibal, you get a decent amount of good karma and a decent amount of caps too. Our next unique weapon is Old Painless, the unique hunting rifle. This one is pretty awesome, but it is kind of a trek to get. So in order to get this one, you're going to have to go up to the Republic of Dave, which is all the way up here in this corner of Fallout 3. You also have to be pretty careful when you're going up here because Deathclaws and Yaoguais can spawn at any point in the game, and both those are pretty scary. But assuming that you don't run into anything too scary along the way, this gun is fairly easy to get. All you have to do is get into the Republic of Dave, and then you gotta steal Dave's key. Easiest way to do this is just hide somewhere next to him or behind him. If you have a stealth boy, this is gonna be easier. Then you crouch, and then you do a save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money. Keep save scumming this until that way you can, you know, cut it there and do another. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal, until it's like right there. That'll kind of work. Here. Here. There we go. Save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too, and this weapon is fantastic. It does good damage per second, uses the 32 round, which is one of the most common rounds. Yeah. Is it the full game of Bakersfield? I'm not sure if Bakersfield is going to be the full game, because Bakersfield is Necropolis in Fallout 1, which is like the ghoul city that's also kind of been taken over by the mutants. So we might just be fighting ghouls and mutants in there. It's hard to say, though. It might be a full game. We might be able to travel further than that. It'd be kind of cool, too, because there is still, like, a lot of stuff. You could add the comment, or you could find an alternative solution to steal. Yeah, that works, too. Hang on, let me get, Actually, yeah, I wonder if I can just copy-paste this comment from here. Yeah, let me try that. I wonder if that actually works. I can't imagine it would. Yep. Let's do that then. Okay. Maybe emphasize this with a different color. And then save. That way you can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too. You can just keep save scumming this until you can steal his key, then open up his chest. There's also usually some money in there too. Yeah, and it works. That works just fine there. It does good damage per second, uses the 32 round, which is one of the most common rounds in the game, has no spread on it. It doesn't have a bonus crit chance, which kind of sucks. That would make this a whole lot better, but it does have a faster rate of fire than the standard hunting rifles, and since hunting rifles are super common, this weapon can carry you quite a ways throughout the game. Up next we have the Zhulong assault rifle. This is a unique Chinese rifle, and this weapon's kind of a weird one to get because you do have to know ahead of time how to get it, otherwise it's going to be really difficult for you to find. To get this one, you're going to have to go to the Museum of Technology. This can be found pretty much diagonally across the street from the Museum of History, where we got Lincoln's repeater. All you have to do to get this one is go through and find 3 separate computers and input the correct code. So you can find these 3 computers, one of them is found right at the very start, and then you can find these other 2 as you just move through the building. At the very first one of these, you're going to get a message talking about a hidden location where they've actually stashed this rifle. It won't show up until you've actually done this little side quest. So you have to answer these correctly. To find the correct answer, you have to pick the prime numbers for each of these. The easier way to do it, though, at least in my mind, is just to memorize it, where the first computer is the second answer, the second computer is the third answer, and the third computer is the fourth answer. Then once you get this, it will technically unlock another place inside of the Museum of Technology, but you don't actually have to go there. This will give you the location of where the rifle can be found, and this can be found just west of Vault 101 where you start out. So just head over to here and then go into the diner. You'll find a body with "This is Prime." This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers, and then he will have this assault rifle on him. This is a really... Could also do something kind of funny here too. With "This is Prime." This is... Okay, so get this. Let's see. All right, I just need it from here. Let's see, Control C. This is Prime. That'll work just fine right there. Okay, and then we'll set this to be no velocity or a freeze frame right here. Body with "This is Prime." This is the guy. This is Prime. This is the... Yeah, probably like right to there. Okay. Then kind of zoom in on. Yep. This is Prime. He's right here. Also, maybe slightly, or, you know, I could even do it this way. There we go. And you'll find a body with "This is Prime." This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers, and then he will... Could also add a sound effect to that too. Let's see, do I have like a ding sound effect or something? I've got like Barrett 50 cal, car crash. Not really things I'm looking for. Let's see, is there a ding? No, I got a ding somewhere. Got ears ringing. I wonder what that is. What is ears ringing? Is the game outside? Okay. That's what I was afraid that would be, just based on what that looked like. No. I swear I have like a ding. There we go. There's my ding sound effect. This is Prime. This is the guy. Yeah, that'll work. This is Prime. This is the guy where you had to find all the prime numbers, and then he will have this assault rifle on him. This is a really strong gun, as it does do pretty good damage. It probably has the best damage per second in the early game outside of the shotgun weapons, because they're kind of nuts in this game. And it uses the 5.56 round, which is super common. You can actually get a whole lot of this if you end up running down south and siding sort of with the Outcasts and just bringing in a whole bunch of Brotherhood technology, which you can find if you just do part of the main quest, at least up to the Galaxy radio part.
I've never used that before, so I don't know what it's like.
Plasma rifle. This is the A23's plasma rifle. Now, in order to get this one, you're going to have to do the replicated man quest, which is pretty easy to do. You are going to have to find multiple holotapes throughout the wasteland. You can find a couple of these at Megaton. If you talk to Moira and if you talk to the doctor there, then you can get a pretty good lead on this. You may have to talk to a couple other doctors, but once you do this, you'll be heading down to Rivet City. Talk to Harkness there. He's our replicated man, but he doesn't know that yet, neither do we, technically. Next up, we're going to have to go to the other side of the ship, talk to the doctor here, and then he'll tell us who the replicated man is. This is Harkness. Now, you can also go and talk to Zimmerman before this. It's actually easier if you talk to Harkness first. He'll give you this rifle, and then ask him if you can kill Zimmerman and his bodyguard. Then you go and turn him into Zimmerman, because then you also get the the Wired Reflexes trait, which will help you in the early game thanks to it just giving you more action points or a better use of your action points. And this rifle is really strong. You can also then kill them immediately afterwards, so then there is no bad side, no downside to this other than you getting slightly negative karma for siding with Zimmerman at the end of this. But this weapon does fantastic damage, really good damage per second, has an above average crit modifier at 2.5 times, really good action points, very little spread, and it also holds 12 rounds. It's just a very solid rifle if you want to be using it. You can actually use this through the entire game, especially if you're planning an energy weapon build, because it is just that strong. I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It has like I also didn't notice it has.
Oh, I guess I should probably take a second picture of this one too. Okay. Let's see. Back to the A23's rifle then. Just take the... Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, that'll work. I remember keeping this in here, but I don't remember actually, like, doing anything with it, so... Let's see, it's just kind of the other... Still kind of do the same thing over here. And don't need to make this quite as wide. Smaller like that. This was the one. No, dang it. Screwing that up. Be fine.
I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too.
We'll do this, but we'll do a different transition. Sliding? How does sliding look? Yeah, sliding looks okay.
I also didn't notice it has a ton of HP too. It has like 1200. It's like 1200 HP, dang.
Okay, same thing here for like a little bit of emphasis as well. Just to kind of have this, really, let's see. Make it so this kind of lines up a little bit closer, there we go. And also zoom the game in, because otherwise it's going to look a little bit strange.
It has a ton of HP too. It's like 1200 HP, dang. Up next we have the Victory Rifle. This is another unique sniper rifle, and this one has knockdown on crit, although it doesn't have as much crit as the previous rifle we talked about.
Right.
This weapon, technically, you shouldn't really be able to get right away, because you will need 100 lockpicking, kind of. We're going to cheat that out though. So this one can be found over at the Rockbreaker's Last Gas, the sniper shack just above it. There are some super mutants there. There can also be some other enemies around there, like Yao Guais again, which can be kind of scary. Just make your way up through there. Hopefully you can avoid the super mutants, or you can just kill them through. Probably with all the weapons we found, you shouldn't have a problem there. And then inside here, there's a locker with the rifle, but it requires 100 lockpicking to get inside of it. You don't actually need that though, because if you go to the junkyard ahead of time and you get dog meat, then that's all you need. You just come back here and then you tell dog meat to go find you a gun, and then he'll grab you a gun. And the Victory Rifle is in here. He can also potentially pick up some other weapons in here, depending on what else spawns in the lockers. So kind of keep that in mind whenever you're doing this. But this is a really easy way to get this rifle. And this one is statistically the same as a hunting rifle. But this one does have knockdown on crit. It does have a 3 times crit modifier as opposed to a 5 times crit modifier. And this does only knock down for 2 seconds, but it can be useful for knocking down big enemies, especially if you want to be hitting like the Super Mutant Behemoths, which
how many times
you may be fighting. There's only like 5 of them in the game. But we're going to be kind of covering 2 of them, since one, I'm assuming you're going to the Galaxy News Radio in the main story. and then the other one is for the next gun. Then our very last overpowered weapon that we can get right away, which this one is truly overpowered, is the Terrible Shotgun. You can find this one at the Evergreen Mills. This one is kind of a trek to get to, and I wouldn't really recommend you rush this one first of the weapons that we've been talking about. You probably want one or two of the other weapons, but then this weapon is probably the strongest one we're going to be talking about today. Head right over to here. You're going to have to fight your way through all of the raiders here. You can also release the slaves here. That's kind of for good karma. And there's also Super Mutant Behemoth here. You can also unleash him and have him attack the raiders if you would like. You just got to shoot the generator. And that can be kind of useful. Then you can kill him. He might have potentially good loot. Sometimes the mutants have pretty decent loot, especially the behemoths. It's kind of a random drop as to what they give you. And then you got to make your way into the mill. Fight your way through more raiders, go down to this underground section, and then you're going to have to kill Smiling Jack here. Or you can reverse pickpocket him. I just find it easier to kill him, though. He has the gun on him. You could also trade with him beforehand if you want. And there's also a bobblehead in this cave, too, which is kind of nice. Once you kill through all of this, though, then you're going to have yourself the strongest shotgun, or one of the strongest shotguns in the game. So this does really high damage per second. You can fix it with combat shotguns, which are already kind of overpowered in Fallout 3, thanks to the way crits work. So if you're building a luck-based character, you're going to have a really easy time. The only kind of downside with this shotgun is that it has more spread than a standard shotgun. So keep that in mind, but if you're using at very close range, you probably don't even need to worry about that. And that does it for all these overpowered weapons in this video. So we didn't really cover big guns and melee or unarmed. There isn't a whole lot of unique big guns that you can really rush. Most of them are kind of tied to quests. I'd recommend you go and get the rocket launcher if you're looking for something like that. Melee weapons, I've kind of talked about this in a previous video where like Stab Happy might be one of the better ones. This is a unique knife. It's not very difficult to get either, so that's kind of good. But if you really want like the strongest melee early on, I'd recommend you just rush Operation Anchorage and pick up the Shock Sword. That's going to be pretty easy. Or you could rush the Pit, get any of the auto axes. They're also very powerful. And then unarmed honestly doesn't really need any unique weapons at all. You just got to get to level 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6. And then you got plus 15 to any unarmed weapon, which makes it so like your bare hands outdamage half the melee weapons in this game, and outdamage most of the small guns too, which is kind of crazy. So if you combine that and find some like brass knuckles or spike knuckles early on, you should be having a really easy time. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed this video, hope it helped you out, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye, everybody!
Alright, and that'll do it. The video is complete then. So at this point, I would be pretty happy with it. The way it turned out, I think it turned out pretty good. And, yeah, that actually took about 4.5 hours to do. So not too long. Let's see. Last parts of this would be rendering and making a thumbnail, which we can do too. I'm not sure how good well, let's try out rendering just to see if it'll work with like OBS up. Because rendering, I would just select the entire thing here. And then select how I would like this rendered. And I have this, I have a couple of presets, but the the YouTube spelled incorrectly is actually the right one. Not the YouTube with the question mark. I'm not sure why I have both of these. I should honestly like delete one of them because sometimes this does actually throw me off. I'm not actually sure how to do that at the moment, but whatever. Anyway, this is the one that I could kind of see what like the established or the estimated file size is going to be. And obviously this isn't the Helldivers 2 backpack, but that's what the thing is actually called. So this is Fallout 3, 7, OP. I guess it's just guns. Guns you can get early. That may not be the final title for it, but it might be. Let's see. How does this work then? Does it cause like OBS to just freak out, or can we actually like render? Because if it causes OBS to freak out, then I won't be rendering this on stream. But this is basically, you just have to wait then for it to actually make the file itself. And then usually when I'm doing this is when I would make like the thumbnail for it, which we can do that too. Not sure if I want to grab like a screenshot from in-game or if I want to get like a Source Filmmaker model, because I don't really have any for 3. I don't think I have any power armors. I got like Enclave armor, but well, I guess I could use that because there's kind of like Enclave armor in it. I just don't know if I have any Fallout 3 guns kind of fit, so it might just be easier to go into the game and find one. Let's see. So far, it's not tanking anything, so I guess it's fine. Huh, interesting though. I didn't know how this would work if we just chose to render it. But yeah, this is rendered in like 2K. Like I said, I upload everything to 2K on YouTube. Main reason why I do that is so that you can get the better encoder that YouTube has, because it's automatically set for like 2 separate encoders for YouTube. One is for 2K and higher, so 2K, 4K, and I believe 8K. If YouTube supports 8K, I'm not sure. And that one's kind of, it basically just makes it so like in darker areas on videos, it doesn't make it as dark. That's just kind of a problem with the upload of the encoder. And then the other one is for everything that's like 1080p and lower. But obviously, if your system is struggling to actually render a video, you might want it lower. So it depends. It also depends on whatever you're like rendering it through, whether it be Vegas or whether it be DaVinci or Adobe or whatever you have. So you can do that, and then yeah, we will, I guess, try to find. Maybe I should let this render all the way through. Hang on, let me get some more music going too. Oh, it's still that one. I'll go back to the other one. Kind of more the regular stuff. We'll go back, we'll get like a photo with this. Then we'll cut it out, make a thumbnail. I might make multiple thumbnails. Sometimes I do. Just depends. But yeah. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to ask too. About anything, any of this. And I will try to answer that. This has been fun though. This has been different. Since I haven't done like an editing stream in quite a while. And I think the last one I did was kind of like abrupt and rushed. So this is actually like starting from, or going from start to finish. Which is kind of cool. Very informative. Thanks, Tiny. I appreciate that. Glad that you're finding it informative. Glad that it can be informative. This is rendering pretty quick though, because like I said, this video is not very long. It's only like 9 minutes in total or something. So it doesn't take too long to render a video like this. If I'm rendering like the hour-long or multi-hour-long videos, it does take quite a bit longer. I can say I spent the day learning video editing. Yeah, anybody here? If anybody asked what the heck you were doing online, if you were just watching videos, now you were learning how to edit videos. From like start to finish. Everything. The audio, the video, the background footage, all of the actual video editing, sound design, adding in sound effects. I mean, some of these, if you're doing this for the first time, it's going to take quite a bit longer. And if you are first learning how to video edit, I'd recommend learning the keybinds first. Just some basic ones. Look for the split, the cut, the like undo, things like that. Those are kind of the main ones you need. You don't really need any others. I guess the, I'm not sure if it's called pinch or what it is, to kind of like, whenever you cut something, then you can kind of like push it back together. Because on Vegas, it's like S is split, R is kind of like that combined, and then like Control X to delete and Control Z to undo what you're doing, or whatever you just did. And like that's about it. Those are the main keybinds I use. I think Control S is the save, but I feel better like manually saving. It's just then I know, like, I saved. Or maybe it's Shift S, it's one of the two. I think the only other buttons I use in this are, like, G, and that's to... Or I guess it's D. D to cycle through the things, so then I can just group. U to unbind it to something, if I need to get something else. I guess Control-C and Control-V for just copy and paste. And then L and K for, like, faster. Make the video go faster or make the video go in reverse. So you can speak in demon tongues. That would suck to spend 4 hours and have it not save properly. That's true. Yeah, that's happened to me before. Or you delete footage because you forgot you were using it in something else, and then you're missing footage in one section. That kind of sucks too. That's why having more storage is kind of nice as well. So yeah, like this is usually what I'm doing, like when I'm not streaming. Although, like I said, usually I have like YouTube videos pulled up or movies pulled up or something else over here, so it's not really like not really this exactly. I'm also usually a lot more distracted and wander off sometimes. Ever thought about doing a Fallout New Vegas tier list for the best vendors? I've kind of thought about that. I've kind of thought about talking about the vendors and how the tier system works with loot itself, since it's like you can only get certain weapon mods from certain vendors, and like what all is considered in them. Like maybe I'll do that when we're getting closer to the Fallout TV show. I really love the stream run. Awesome, Drew. Glad that you liked it. Yeah, this has been super fun. Also, I guess, even spirit of just like wandering off and whatnot. I don't know what's up with my green screen today. Like I said, I think it's just the filter or something that's not wanting it to come in. I'll try fixing that while we're just waiting here. Oh, also, let me put the alert box for the, let's see, what is this? Oh, the chat box here. Move my face cam back where it kind of usually goes. And the alert box back where it is. We can also turn back on alerts, since I don't need that anymore. Oh, hey, the green screen kind of fixed itself. It's still freaking out right here, but that's where my light is, so that's kind of normal. It could have been with like a Windows update as well. Might have set my video camera back to the defaults that it usually has. Yeah, that cuts out a little bit too much. That's working a little bit better. Yeah, something like that. I need more brightness. That's that's a little bit too much color still. With that. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Okay. Oh wait, well. Still not exactly what I want. I can mess around with this later though too. Find the right chroma key settings, because my lights just don't want to quite work. Guess that could also work for the moment. All right. And now I'm not see-through, at least as much. If I get the right angle, kind of. Sort of see through my arm. All right. Video is complete. Then I usually like to check this just to make sure it's not like. Sometimes I've had rendering that's been kind of weird. And let's see, that's usually in my new videos. So then it'd be like this. Whoop.
You can get right away. First things first is the Reservist Rifle. This is the unique sniper rifle. This can be found at the Dickerson Chapel up north. This is found on the Drifter. He will try to shoot you as soon as you get here, so be sure to kill him and make sure that his body at least kind of explodes, or at least part of him explodes. You can do this by continually shooting him. There should also be some grenades around, or if you have grenades, you can just throw those up there, kind of blow him apart, and then you can loot his body and take this rifle. This rifle is really strong, as it does essentially the same damage as a regular sniper rifle, but it does do more damage per second because it has a a faster rate of fire. Main downside to this rifle, at least early on, is that sniper rifles don't have the most HP. 308 rounds aren't necessarily the most common.
Yeah,
Some
this is
super
fine.
mutants there can also go 4 and get Iron Fist, and then you take it at 5 and you take it at 6.
Voice is matching up with the everything, so we should be good here. Let's see. We can do at least like the start of the thumbnail too. That's like what the heck we're doing. I always do a fast food poutine tier list. Always wanted one. There's only like one place around here that actually sells that, and it's like a couple of towns away. I've heard it's good, but I haven't actually haven't actually been there. The heck? Why is this modified yesterday, modified today? Okay. Why is there a cloud conflict in general? Does it matter? I don't really care. I just want to be into Fallout 3. Yeah, retry the sync. Come on. You got this. I'm impatient. Then will be written over. Okay, whatever. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. I just want to play Fallout 3 so I can get a thumbnail. And then yeah, we'll try to get something. Should probably get some like cool looking armor too. Just so that we can kind of throw it on. Yeah. See if this is the correct file save. Yeah, it seems to be. This is what we were looking at. Okay, right here should be fine. Let me wait till it's morning so that we have some light. Also, Fallout 3 is weird. Just because of like the way that you can kind of take pictures of stuff. So they have this here, but we can definitely make this look cooler. Let's spawn in some awesome looking armor. Which armors look pretty awesome in Fallout 3? We have quite a few. 1, 3. Let's see. What do we got for armors? Well, we got all the different like power armor that we can use. What else we got? We could do winterized armor. Winterized like combat armor does look pretty cool. Especially with like the face mask, so. And then that way I also don't need to like do the power armor code, because otherwise it won't let me wear the other things. Unless I like spawn it on my person, which is kind of weird. Let's see which of these actually count then. So is it DLC 1? It is. Cool. Alright, and then the helmet is... Let's see, 3AFC. That works. Yeah, got some winterized combat armor. Yeah, and it's the cool looking combat armor. Okay, now I just gotta... Oh, also, this kind of helps too. Not in gameplay. It should be in display. There we go. We don't have the HUD that's causing us issues. Maybe something like that. We can get that to work. And then, yeah. Yeah, let me check, make sure that I actually took a picture of that. Yes, it did. Heck yeah. Oh, but that's right. This one is weird and it takes screenshots inside of Fallout 3. I forgot all about that with this. Let's see. That where it... Where's my screenshot at? Is it actually in my, like... Okay, it's actually in action screenshots. Heck yeah. There was something weird about Fallout 3 where it, like... Whenever you take screenshots, at least for a bit, it would just like lock it behind stuff, which was odd. All right, so I'm gonna use Paint Shop. This is what I use because it's another thing that I paid for at one point, and I've just gotten so used to like the actual thing that we're just gonna be using this. Also, I can kind of show off this other site that's kind of cool too. That's called Remove BG, or Remove Background. It's this site, it's free, and if you want to be lazy and you don't want to cut out the image yourself, which I mean does make it so it's not as a high quality of an image, but should be fine. Let's see if this actually does cut him out. Hey, that's actually pretty good. It kind of cut a little bit weird around like his, and cut a little bit weird around his hand. So yeah, if you want to do that, then you can just like download this, swipe that. That's what I've been doing recently, because it's just like, this is really nice for just cutting stuff out quickly. Especially if it doesn't need to be high quality. This one, we'll see how it looks when it's actually like blown up to regular scale. If I don't like it, then we'll go back to the other one. Like, yeah, small scale, this is fine. Especially if he was like in the background of the thumbnail or something, but he's going to be... that still looks fine though. That doesn't look off. Because I mean, like, again, does the thumbnail look kind of... This is an easy way to kind of test how visually distinct your thumbnail might be, or how easy it is to read really on YouTube, is like scroll out a little bit until it's about like, if you were trying to watch this on, the heck is my phone? If you're going to try to watch this on your phone, I don't know where I put my phone actually. You know, how big would it be? So does it still look good? Does it make sense here? If so, then awesome, and we can continue with this. If not, then you know, try to make it a little bit more distinct. So we got our guy here. Well, it's like magic. Oh, the background remover? Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing. Like, I learned about that not too long ago, and it does a really good job most of the time. It's honestly kind of interesting how well it does. All right, so let's do this. Let's put a stroke around him, which is usually easier to do in like Photoshop. And this is the way that I do it, and it's kind of a janky way, but it works, so. Fan that out, do this, okay. So kind of merge this down, and let's see. This look. Yeah, this is fine back here then. There's no like weird clipping or anything around it. That's good. So do that. Give him a little bit of a drop shadow, just slightly around it. Just so he stands out a little bit more than what we're going to have in the background. Let's see, what else do I want here? I have another image that works pretty well for like the Fallout ones. Don't know where the heck it is. It's the main problem, is I'm going to be looking through stuff. It might be in my PNG folder. I've got a bunch of stuff there. Ooh, where did I put this? Could also do like an ink splatter behind him too. That looks usually pretty good. And of that. Yeah, that could work. Do something a little bit more like this. Probably want to put some text on here, but I don't usually like putting a whole lot of text, so here we go, like early OP. Weapons. Yeah, this does not look good because of the thing, the previous ones, but it's fine. Swap those. Might change this. I'll probably change the background too, but yeah, something to kind of put text up here. Like, that kind of sits there. And we kind of do this up above. Just blends in so well to that background now.
Alright, again. Do something like this. Yeah, something like that looks fine. Not sure if I'm liking this as much because also do this and then kind of same thing to give this thing like a stroke of black around it. Stands out a little bit more than like the background. Not what I wanted. Oh, also, just realized. Put the music back on. Or put something else on. Something. So that it's not, like, empty back here. I assume Photoshop also works for this. Oh, yeah. Photoshop works fine for this. I just don't have Photoshop. And you can get a free one that's called Photopea, which is basically, like, 90% Photoshop. I think there is like a paid for model, but there we go. Photoshop would probably be better than this too, in all honesty. So if you got that, probably use that over whatever the heck I'm using here. Okay, delete this. This. Yeah, that still works. Let's see, can I actually... Is this still... Oh, okay, it's over that, so if I want to actually, like, change this, I'm gonna have to, like, fill it in, which I don't know if I really want to. And that kind of works okay, but there's still some spilling around the corners. This will work just fine, though. Like, that's not too bad. I kind of want to mix this with something else, though. This doesn't necessarily, like, scream Fallout. So... Hey, Wolf, how's it going? Now... do what all the cool kids do and paste your face onto the character. That would be kind of awkward. You must sit in silence, embrace it. Just cut it out and leave it there. Just put it as the top thing. I know some people have done that. It, you know, it might look kind of cool. It might look all right, but not really what I want to do here. So let's just, I'm just gonna kind of be lazy and look up a Fallout 3 background. Just something that kind of looks Fallout 3-esque, but doesn't have too much going on. Just kind of showing me like New Vegas stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll just use this. Or is it? What? I just wish to... Okay. Okay. About... That way it looks a bit better. That way it's not just the building, you can actually see some other stuff back there. And then let's do like a gradient over this. Let's find something to kind of go along with this. Something that looks good and it's kind of eye-catching, but maybe not too crazy, because I think this one might be just a little bit too... It kind of works. That's a little bit better. It looks at least green. It looks kind of like Fallout 3 at the green filter. Yeah. Those don't quite go. Doesn't quite work with it. I also want to drop this down a bit. But, let's try... Yeah, that works a little bit better.
What other colors we got here? Usually I just try to keep it kind of simple with like 2 or 3 colors. So it's not as insane. That might work. Do I have anything that's kind of like neon green? Yeah, like mirrored neon. That's not... Honestly, that does kind of work. That looks more like Fallout, huh? I was expecting that not to go as well. Let's see how else does it look with other things. Yeah, I mean, all of these are actually kind of working. Yeah, I think that one might. That one might look the best. Just sort of what we're going for. Other cool people have faces in their thumbnails. Yeah, well, I mean, this does have a face in the thumbnail. Just not mine. Let's see. We can also do like the Fallout 3. Oh yeah, there's all of my... If anybody ever finds my computer and doesn't know what the heck I did, it's gonna look kind of weird with all the stuff I have on here. There's all of my ink folders. Oh wait, hang on. We need a face in here then. Here we go. There we go. That kind of works. I kind of like him just hanging out there. Just being angry. That's also, let's see. Is there anything else I really want with this? Maybe I just put the Fallout logo somewhere on it, like up in the corner or something. I don't know if it's necessary though. We'll see how it looks. If it just doesn't look great, then we won't. I guess we can also put something like this behind it too. This could kind of work. Blend this into the background. Stretch that. That here. Yeah, how does this look if we just like... Yeah, it kind of works with like the hue. Not as much as I would like it, but yeah, luminous kind of works a little bit better. Maybe only like that much, just so there's a slight amount of texture in it. Alright, and then, like I said, let me check out the other one. Oh yeah, here's some of my other, like, oddball stuff. I was thinking of putting this behind them, but... don't know if I need that so much. Game logos. There's my Fallout 3. There's my Fallout 3. Alright, let's see how this looks then. Oops. Yep, I need this one. I'm not really liking that as much. And if it's kind of like back here, I don't think that's as good. Depends if it's like much smaller. Still not really liking that as much. I think I'll just keep the Fallout out of it. It should be pretty obvious that it's a Fallout thumbnail with this. Vault already show people in the Vault already shows people in the Fallout, so don't think you need it. Yeah. And yeah, like the Vault Boy back here, I think does kind of... I kind of like him just staring up angrily out of this. That works. Let's see. How does this look quite a ways away? I can still kind of see Vault Boy. This is the main focus, though. Then we've got some stuff in the background. Let me slightly blur the background a little bit. Where is that? Selected focus. Kind of drop this down a bit. Yeah, something like that. That way it kind of blurs the background a little bit, but not all of it. And I'm gonna save this for right now, because otherwise, yeah, this is still in all my game logos. Needs to be here. Okay, because otherwise, when I start messing with some of the other stuff, this has a habit of crashing, and it kind of sucks. I think that works a little bit better. Just kind of make him stand out a little bit more. So what else we got? Maybe this to change him. Yeah, that's a bit too much. Maybe not. Oh, these are looking great. That one's probably the best, but yeah, that still works. Eh. And lately I've been liking just to put a border around my... Whoops. Okay. Put a border around my thumbnails. Just something like that. Although you do gotta remember to resize it. Otherwise it doesn't work. Because otherwise it doesn't fit quite right on YouTube. Okay. And there we go. And like I said, I might make more thumbnails for this. Are you good at Photoshop? No. I'm really not. I thought this was going to be a 3D model your own gun and add Gex tutorial. Add be a Gex tutorial. No, I'm not that good at this. I mean, if you got Blender, you can do that. And if you're better at Blender than I am, because I suck at it. But yeah, Blender's free. Get Blender. Make stuff with that. I also have Source Filmmaker here too, which is how I've posed other characters. We can kind of at least show that. Or you can do it in Blender too. Blender also works. Am I late? Hello, Comical. How's it going? Well, I'm about done with this because we already completed the video. I edited it from start to finish. Re-recorded everything. Video suggestion, what scrap to pick up in Vegas and foreign whatever. That could be fun. The only thing I know how to pick up for weapons is repair kits. Yeah. What if there were health items I was missing? Vault Boy was already shown that Fallout. Definitely pick up the cigarette packages. I hoard them and do dead money. Have unlimited stims. Yeah, you can do that. You can also basically have unlimited health and dead money if you grab Rad Child. Go up to like 9 or 800 rads because there's like no radiation in there, and then you just keep like regenning so fast. Here on, quick question: how long does it take you to edit a standard guide? Well, that was this one. This took me 5 hours from start to finish. That's doing absolutely everything, like the audio, the video. I guess the only thing I did extra was literally to write down the idea, which was just this, which isn't that much. It's basically just which weapons I wanted to go for. And that's it. Well, that's how you got the Absolute Cinema Ranger pose and the other thumbnail? Yeah, that's how I got it. Which I can kind of show. I don't know what I have here. Apparently I have Automaton. Oh yeah, that one got questions too, because I put the Automaton blade on the Helldiver. We were like, what the heck weapon is that? Well, writing on pen and paper, old school? Yeah, kinda. It's basically... I don't do scripts. I'm bad at writing scripts. So... It's just kind of hard to like write pacing when I'm doing scripts. It's easier when I just do it normally. And then if I want a more edited video, I'll do multiple takes of stuff. This one, since it's just a guide video and it's on like Fallout, which I generally remember from start to finish, it's a lot easier for me to do. So it's basically just kind of like bullet points. Oh, this software takes forever to start? Yeah, it does. Source Filmmaker is temperamental at best. You can get this on Steam though. This is free too. And you get all the source stuff. You commentate on scripted? Uh-huh. I pretty much have bullet points as to like what I'm doing. I can show you the notes thing that I have too. Which, let's see, where are my notes? I just have a notes. Well, I basically just write everything on Notepad too.
But yeah, it's kind of like this. So like this is a video that I've got kind of edited, but not fully. And it's just where are the Fallout 3 unique weapon locations, and then I separated them from like small guns, big guns, and unarmed, energy weapons, melee weapons. Then like a rough rating of what I would give them, since I was rating them as to how difficult they are to find on like a first playthrough. And then the plus sign whenever I have footage of them. So that's my system as to how it works. And let's see, do I have anything else? List of videos. But yeah, like this is how I actually kind of move things around. So in here we got like our Helldiver here pointing at something. That's what I made with the thumbnail. Yeah, there's the blade that I had put on his hand. Yeah, there's the Absolute Cinema Ranger. So yeah, it's just like load him in here and then put your camera wherever. You can also go to the work camera. Source Filmmaker is also a pain to learn because I don't know how to edit or I don't know how to animate it all. But I do know how to at least like pose a character model, so that's kind of nice. And you know, if you wanted his arm like pointing towards the screen and his fingers not all messed up, you probably don't want to do it this way, but gotta do that. And you know, have him wave or whatever. That's like, this is how I do the other thumbnails too. Maybe just put it in his arm, looks kind of weird off to the side too. He's reaching for his gun. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, it's just basically like this. And then it's cut out, and it's like this map is just a source map. That's, well, it's a Team Fortress 2 map. So that's why it takes so long to load. Oh yeah, here's also the volatile up on the roof from the Dying Light one. So, I mean, as you can see too, if you don't get it at the right angle, things look kind of weird because it's like feet are clipping through or whatever for this, but that's okay. That's why we edit stuff, because it doesn't need to look good in like this, unless you're doing animations, in which case then yeah, make it look good. But yeah, that's another way that you can do it. So long as there are models for this, or if you're willing to make your own models, then you have to like make them in Blender, then export them to, I don't remember what file it is, and then import them to this. You can do it that way too. So there gives me Gary's mod vibes. Gary's mod is actually pretty easy to mod into, and I think, well, actually, this is source, so Gary's mod everything is in this. If you want, like Gary's mod, Team Fortress 2, this is all Valve stuff. So like, let's see, what do I have in Fallout 3? Oh, textures that aren't there, because I got power armor without a head. Okay, there's power armor with a head. Okay. Yeah. That kind of works. But let's see, what else we got? This is other ones here. It's also Half-Life. So it's everything that could be in Gary's mod can also be in this. And kind of vice versa, which is pretty cool. It's like, if you want pipes, if you want anything, it's a cool program to mess around with. It's finicky to get working, though, I will say that. It is kind of awkward. Even more so if you're like adding stuff, because I think it's, what is this? I think it's the Payday 2 one. Maybe. Maybe not. I think my Payday 2 one bugged out at some point, where it's like the characters kind of lost textures, or there's kind of other weird stuff going on. I don't know if that's normal. But yeah, either way, that's how I pretty much like animate these, to just pose them for like actually making thumbnails. And then if you wanted something like this, like the Ranger, let's say you wanted him, actually this is the work camera. Let's say you wanted him to be, you know, like up close, giving a high five or something. It would just be like, set the camera where you want it to be. You can also spawn multiple cameras, which is good for animating. You don't need to do that if you're just making thumbnails though. Then go to export and export it as a poster. Yeah, sure, save it, why not? And then like Fallout thumbs, something like that.
and make sure like it's a PNG or some sort of file. Ranger looks like he's running away from the Kazdor. I haven't seen a Kazdor, but you could always edit in a Kazdor over here or something. I think this could work as a pretty good thumbnail for that then. And then if you wanted to edit further, again, you could actually do, I wonder if this should work with a background remover too. Again, background remover is a pretty cool tool online. And again, it's really awesome that it's free. Technically, there's a paid version, but again, if you want the free version... Wait, uploads? Is this... Okay, there we go. Let's see. Let's see if it gets the Ranger then. If it cuts him out. That's pretty good! Alright. And again, like I said, like Photopea is free. And it has like more features than this, but I've just gotten so used to this. And this is what I use for editing thumbnails and stuff. Yeah, someone's fingers got cut off because of the size, but that's fine. That still looks fine. Let's see, can I find a Kazdor? Kazdors, PNG. The heck? It's giving me like hunting things. Oh, right, because Kazdor means hunter in Spanish. It's like, why is it like just a bunch of... Yeah, let's see. Oh, that's fine. This is from the wiki. Maybe put that there. Let's see. Do I have a desert? Just try to find... Oh yeah, this will work. Yeah, there we go. The Fallout New Vegas experience. Honestly, this doesn't look too bad. I do kind of want to... Let's see again. Selective focus. It'll work just fine. And then it's kind of blurred at the top and at the bottom. Kind of want the Kazdor a little bit blurred too. Maybe not that much. Maybe like that. Just a slight blur to it. And then him just running away. That does work pretty well. I might use that for something else. Not sure what yet, but... do we kind of want this, or... Nah, that doesn't quite look as good. If it's anywhere, it's gotta be kind of over there, but it also needs to be... Yeah, that kind of works. Just a slight hint of it. And then... Maybe I'll just put a border around it, because I don't think this needs to be changed at all. This doesn't really seem to be changed. Maybe I can put like... So this one's flying, put like a slight drop shadow on it. And just so it stands out a little bit more from the background. Like the main focus there is on the Ranger. But I mean, even at a distance, you can kind of tell what's going on then. It doesn't need any, like, words or anything. So, yeah, let me do another border around this. You can even make it look like a postcard if you wanted with this. Let's see. I wonder how that would actually look. Let me try resizing this first. Definitely saving this.
Oh, this is in my downloads. Saving my pictures. But then also, I bet we can change some of this by like... that's not exactly what I was going for. Do I have like a... Oh yeah, sepia tone. Welcome to Vegas. That kind of works. Good Springs, not even once. Post, yeah, exactly. Like that kind of works. What else do we got here? Just for like the standards. Fully aged. Back in my day. You know, I could actually... I mean, I still like this look the best probably, but what we could also do before this is merge down all these things, and then we could just sepia tone the background of it too, and that might look a little bit better. But only do it by like... that's just kind of like black and white then. I was hoping that would look a little bit better. Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of that actually. Anything else that might make it look interesting? That's gonna make it look kind of awful, but maybe. Yeah, that doesn't look as good either. I think just like that. What's this guide for? Well, the guide is for 7 overpowered weapons you can get early in Fallout 3. Guy kind of looks like he's wanting a high five. Want to high five that Cazador? Yeah, he does kind of look like that. Yeah, so it's that. We've already edited all of that. The video's already done. It's already rendered and everything, which I can kind of show. It's still not in my documents there. It is this one right here. So, hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout 3, where today we're going to be going over 7 really strong weapons in Fallout 3 that you can get right away. So, yeah, it was basically making this. Now, in order to get this one, you're going to be fighting. There's only like 5 of them in the game, but we're going to be kind of covering 2. Alright. So, yeah. Ron, what's your anime recommendation? I've watched Death Note, and I've watched Fahrenheit now. Oh, anime recommendation? I mean, if you're up for it... Berserk is really, really good, but I'd recommend reading the books. And also, if it's like a dark fantasy and a lot of horror and a lot of uncomfortable things in it, like especially in the books. But it's my absolute favorite. If you want something a bit lighter but with that same tone, definitely check out Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is really, really good. Ron, did you ever have issues hearing your own voice? Does one get used to it? Yeah, you get used to it over time. I did have trouble with it when I first started, mostly because... Oh, hang on. I still gotta... There we go. Put that over there so I'm facing the right direction. Also, when I first started, I had set up something on there to where I was listening to my own voice the whole time when I was recording things. And it was basically I was doing Speech Jammer Challenge all the time. You go from Frere to Goblin Slayer easy. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it is with Berserk. It's like Berserk is amazing. It's my favorite anime, manga. Hang on, let me pull up some things. I gotta be careful with this though. Because Berserk is not YouTube friendly in a lot of its images. But I mean, like, the books look so good. Let me just try to find, like, maybe, like, manga page of the castle. I mean, like... Like, these are so cool. They look so good. Oh yeah, here's the castle. Or you got like the dragon. This whole section goes on for like, I can't remember how many pages it is. It's like 10 pages of like the most detailed anything. Oh, here's a cool one too. Yeah, okay. I'm making sure the other parts are all right too. Like you got like Skull Knight here with the sword.
Same sword you can get in Elden Ring. There's a lot of like Dark Souls stuff in Berserk. Well, a lot of Dark Souls stuff from Berserk, not the other way around. But yeah, definitely really cool. Like I said, the other one that I'd recommend would be like Vinland Saga. It is fantastic. And like season 2 is so good. Season 1 is really good. I like this. Basically, it's well, it's based off of the Vinland sagas, which are like Viking sagas from real life. And this one you're following Thorfinn, who was a real person. But this is heavily like I guess dramatized or changed. So like it's not exactly 100% there, but it probably has like the most accurate Vikings I've seen in any medium. Like it does a really good job of that. But like part 1 is basically epic Viking revenge story. Part 2 is pretty much Stardew Valley, and I love Stardew Valley, but part 2 is way better than part 1, which I wasn't thinking that would happen, and part 1 was so good. Thanks for the stream, man. I got a scoot. Have a good one. Thanks. You too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be hopping off here soon too. Yeah. He was crazy with the details. Yeah, Berserk looks so good. Like, so many of the panels look amazing in it. It has so many awesome scenes in it. There's actually not a whole lot of dialogue in Berserk, though, either. Like, it's mostly visual. Like, some of the best scenes actually don't... Wait, hentai streaming coming. See that one? No, this is Berserk. It's fine. Well, it's mostly fine. It's not... Yeah... it's not that bad, but there's definitely scenes in Berserk that are really bad. Especially for like YouTube stuff, like the whole eclipse outside of that part where I just showed a Skull Knight probably can't show. And like the whole like chapter before that with I think it's the Black Dogs, that one's just really disturbing and gross. I feel exhausted with all the knowledge I've gained. Yes, gain more knowledge. If you enjoy aura farming scenes, then Solo Leveling was fantastic. Yeah, Solo Leveling's really fun too. Like, it's a very fun anime. But yeah, I think that'll be it for everything that we did here. This is how I record everything, how I do everything. Yeah, maybe I'll do more of these streams in the future. Maybe we'll do some more like how I do videos or something like that. Because this was super fun. I talked a lot more than what I usually do for the editing, but yeah, really cool. We will be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be regular game day, though. We're going to be doing Deep Rock and Rogue Core. So if anybody wants to hop into either of those, feel free to. I've been loving the new Rogue Core Alpha and new Deep Dives that showed up yesterday, but I haven't played them yet. Zero Experience line is best, but you might find it boring. I haven't watched that one. I've been meaning to. And that kind of depends. Is it just kind of like a slow burn? If it's like Monster, I do like Monster a lot too. That one's a really slow burn though. I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. Because it's like 90 episodes, but it takes its time. it feels like maybe double that at points. See you around, take care. Yeah, you too. Let me try to find somebody to raid as well. See if I can find anybody around. Yeah, line is more weird artsy thing instead of action. Yeah, I mean, that could be good though, too. Really depends on what you're looking for. Alright, and then this video that I made should be going up, like, tomorrow. Just because I usually schedule videos out every other day. So we'll be doing this, and then there will be, like, another Fallout video and another Helldivers video that I kind of have planned. It should be in the upcoming days. But hey, everybody, if you want to watch the whole video again, you can watch it in this stream early. Just the other way, it's going to be a lot more digestible. Alright, let me see. Who's streaming right now? That's not where I need to be. Yeah, there we go. Gotta find a redirect. That's right, Snissa streaming tomorrow. Sniss is doing more of his charity stream tomorrow too, so if you guys haven't donated and you'd like to donate to something awesome, you absolutely can. He's also supposed to be dressing up as a clown. So, alright, we'll raid Halo over here, who's doing Deep Rock Stream modded. That'll work. Or you can spend 5 years watching Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. My little cousin asked me for anime recommendations when she was getting into it. I recommended Soul Eater, and she watched it in like 2 days. And that has like 100-something episodes. And then she asked if One Piece was good. I was like, yeah, One Piece is good, but it's super long. And then she, I think, spent her whole summer. Yeah, because it was like right as she got out of school. She spent her whole summer catching up on it. From like episode 1 to like 1,000 something. So she's further in than I am. But either way, you guys take care. Have a great rest of your day. And I will catch you guys tomorrow for some Deep Rock. Bye-bye, everybody.